And welcome to a brand new life, to a brand new day, all the way from the wastelands of California. My name is Michael, and I am a mere figment of your imagination. I look forward to once again serve you those sounds of salvation. First time listeners, turn on, tune in, and drop out. This is a very different kind of show, a place where we don't feel so alone. Let us chase away the light no matter what you at home choose to believe. I do admire you for your curiosity. Joining me tonight is both Marshall Masters and Marilynn Hughes. As you know, Marshall Masters is a former CNN Science Features news producer, freelance writer, television analyst, and of course, the publisher of YowUSA.com. The man really needs no introduction here. Also, now a veteran of the program, Marilynn Hughes, also will be joining us for this discussion. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for allowing me into your hearts and into your minds. Here we are again on a night like this. And here I am, vaguely lovable, like a therapist or a poltergeist, pumping through your speakers, delivering just the right words you need to hear. I know, I missed you too. First time listeners, thank you so much for being here. This will be quite intriguing. And what a week it's been in California. It's shaking like it has withdrawals. Another school shooting unfolds, this time on the shooter's own birthday. Roger Stone found guilty of all 7 charges. Don't worry, your week isn't as bad as Roger Stone's. You too can get involved. Your phone calls are always needed. That number is 760-332-8724. Don't be afraid. That number is 760-332-8724. And don't forget, if you enjoy the show and want extra bonus content, please visit patreon.com/Michael Decon. Oh yes, California shaking like Michael J. Fox. Now let's bring in our guests. Marilynn.
Yes.
Marshall.
Yep.
Amazing. Thank you so much, both of you, for being here tonight and sharing this lovely romantic evening with me.
Oh, you are welcome.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's very romantic.
Interesting way to phrase it.
It really
Yes.
is. Anytime the sun goes down and I see the moon and it's a full moon, it's always romantic in my eyes. Maybe I'm the wrong
Romance
person
is in the air
to ask about these things. I'm a hopeless romantic. I don't think you guys are even aware of that. I really am. I really am. Marshall, by the way, you were just here not so long ago, and one of the reasons why you're here, well, one of the many reasons, is because California was shaking uncontrollably like Michael J. Fox.
Yeah, China Lake has really been a goer. Our last signs, we see a little bit of stabilization,
Right.
but not at a level that's exciting. It's still really high, but we seem to have a little softening in the increases. And that's a good thing. I just hope it plays out for the rest of the quarter because it doesn't look good. We're monitoring China Lake and then Northwest Territories, basically the Cascadia, and then up in Alaska. And so China Lake is still trembling.
Definitely. And Marilynn, again, you have been here on the program before, a veteran of the show, and there's lots of things I definitely want to talk to you about as well, especially on the second half of the program where we will be talking about Kurt Cobain, of all things.
Yeah, we sure will.
It's going to be great. I'm totally excited. I have a lot to talk to you about in terms of Kurt Cobain. And of course, Marshall, I want to invite you to the second half as well if you want to listen in on that sort of discussion. All up to you, Marshall.
Sure.
Awesome, awesome. So, Marilyn, let's begin with you. Can you tell the newer listeners a little bit about yourself? Marshall, you've been here so many times. The listeners should know exactly who you are, my friend.
Well, I'm Marilyn, and I'm from the Out of Body Travel Foundation, which I founded in 2003. We are at outofbodytravel.org on the web, and I've written about 100 books on out-of-body travel and mysticism. And you can download our books for free at the website. We also have a course of study there. I offer spiritual counseling as well, and we have a lot of neat things you can check out there. So you can get started there, I guess.
Fantastic. And Marshall, as we were just talking right now about the earthquakes going on, you were the first person I called, and Marilyn, it's true, he was the first person I called right away once
I
that,
believe you.
oh yes, once that 4.0 hit over here in California, right in my own hometown. And it reminded me of that 7.2 or 3 or whatever it was out here back in 2010. Easter 2010 out here.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember that. That was a little unsettling for you.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, that was really tough. You go through that, and I was in the 1989 Loma Prieta, and afterwards, I spent 6 months looking at the ceiling in the bedroom, wondering what it would feel like to wear it. You know, I look good in gypsum,
Right.
and
Would it make a good accessory?
oh yeah, there you go.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
So I know how you feel and you go through, but I will say we had in the complex I was at, we didn't have power, but everybody was like, I'm alive. I'm alive, I'm alive. And you have a hurricane party. And everything was going to go bad. So we took everything out of our refrigerators and went to this one guy's apartment. And he was a singer with the opera in San Francisco. And that was one of the most marvelous nights of my life. So, what a crazy day. In the morning, oh my God. And in the evening, the best party I ever went to.
Very nice. And Marilyn, one thing I did want to ask you, and I'm just curious, in
Sure.
terms of earthquakes, have you ever heard of anyone who, quote unquote, predicted these things?
Oh, well, I mean, we've heard of people doing that. I don't know
Right.
of anyone
Personally. Okay. But
Right.
yeah, okay.
Yeah. I remember, nothing like the ones that you're experiencing out in California, but I remember years ago experiencing a very, very small earthquake, which was unexpected and a little bit bizarre in Ohio, which was,
Ohio? What part of
yes.
Ohio?
Let's see. I was at I was at a college campus, and I was actually working in the Civilian Conservation Corps, and it was a very unusual event where it went through I think it went through like the center of the state, and I think it went down through Kentucky as well. And there are no, as far as I know, there's no fault lines of note up there. It was a bizarre occurrence where nothing major, but it was definitely registered on, and a lot of people felt it, and it was like very surprising for something like that to happen in an area like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Right.
I mean, what were people saying afterwards? What were the conversations like?
Well, it was just so bizarre. I think that the conversations were really focused on, well, how could that happen? I mean, exactly what could make that happen if we don't have fault lines or, uh, you know, tectonic plates to of. I remember
Mhm.
people talking about what the geologists were saying about how it could happen, and they had some kind of explanation for why it happened. I don't remember now how
Mhm.
that was explained, but it was, kind of a very unusual random occurrence. But I remember it very clearly just because it was such a bizarre location for that to occur, you know?
Mhm.
And yeah, because I grew up back in the Midwest, and we certainly did not expect that. We expected lots of tornadoes, but not
Yeah,
an earthquake
that's
out
what I
there.
was thinking.
Yeah.
I don't know, which would you prefer, an earthquake or a tornado?
Well, I mean, that's a good question. My hometown got hit pretty good this year, Dayton, Ohio, and I
Mhm.
still have friends back there with the tornado. And
Mm.
so, I think both of them can be quite destructive. I have some friends in San Francisco that have had some
Ooh.
pretty, rough ones out there too,
That's where I think the
Yeah.
next big one will probably be San
That
Francisco.
worries me. That worries
Yeah.
me for sure. Yes. And that whole area, I'm curious what Marshall thinks, portends for that entire West Coast.
Yeah, I just wanted to quickly mention really quickly to everyone out there, those who are just tuning in now, for those that don't know, in El Centro there was just a 4.0, but the fact that there was maybe 10 earthquakes after that, which makes it kind of unusual, but perhaps that's a good thing, right, Marshall? Sort of evens out a little bit.
Yeah, that really goes to this theory, or actually a hypothesis we have on the site for explaining these swarms. We call them VLEs, very large earthquake swarms. And this was something that started popping up actually in 2018, the summer, with Hawaii, which still is the mega event. 2018 is simply astronomically high. But this year, then we had swarms in China Lake, Northwest Territory, Alaska. And so we just opened up a data set on it because we track everything. And we started finding patterns. That's what we look for as researchers. We're looking for patterns in the data. And finally, it got to the point where JP Jones, and he does the statistical work on this, he works the database. And he sent me a report with this swarm activity, and I looked at it and I went, well, first off, that's ugly. That's just downright ugly. I don't like this. Just the thought of it, what it portends. And so I said, well, let's just think about it for a little bit. And we kind of, took a couple of weeks and chewed on it. And then finally I came back and I said, okay, explain what we're seeing in the data to me. Throw me a bone. Speculate. And then and this guy wears belts and suspenders. Well, he said, let's imagine that there is a massive underground magma river system, no different like than the Mississippi, with tributaries and ponds and lakes and creeks and streams and all kinds of things. And that it is moving from the southern hemisphere up to the northern hemisphere. And what we're seeing in these areas is that these rivers of magma will flow around the plate. And what we're seeing in the data is exactly that. This is around the Pacific plate, the eastern side of the Pacific plate. And we're seeing very slow subsidence after the initial swarms in China Lake, but the subsidence was faster in Northwest Territory, and with Alaska was relatively quick, which would be consistent with a system that's branching out into tributaries. And there's Alaska, it's pretty much at the end of the road. And as opposed to China Lake being much closer. Then we're going, all right, if this is the case, what's causing this? Well, we know the planet is moving towards a magnetic pole shift. And this is because magnetic north is moving a lot right now, but also what we've been tracking for many years is that in the South Atlantic, this is where the polarity flips start to happen. So this is an event where it's just not all at once, but it starts building up. And that's the process we're seeing that. And this is consistent with this continuing decline in the strength of the magnetosphere. All right. So all of this says we are moving towards a magnetic pole shift. And that is what we think is really the causality for all of these swarms, being that it's not about increasing the temperature or the volume, but the velocity. Because this is flowing because there are forces pushing us towards this magnetic pole shift. And so what happens is in this underground river system, if you will, very large earthquake swarms will occur when there's a blockage. And then the blockage has to clear. And magma, like any other liquid, is just going to find a path of least resistance and work around it. But that's what we see, and it suggests to us that it's not a thing where it's got to go bad for everybody. What it really says is that anyone that's along this, whether it's in Southern California, Northern California, Cascadia, Alaska, you don't know what's going to set it off. And projecting ahead, the question in our minds is, would these coincide with a large event? In other words, do we start seeing swarms in anticipation of large events? And that would be the next step that we're looking at. But, this is still, it's early data and it's still in the touchy-feely stage. But this is what we're seeing in the numbers. And we know that we could data mine, and we have substantial data going back several years. And we know now we could data mine what we already have and find even more swarms that we weren't aware of before. So I think regionally, we can look at if all of a sudden we're seeing the same kind of activity we had this year, where pop, 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 these things start happening. And if they continue and then they keep building. So it's one thing, you have one swarm and then boom, you have another one behind that, and another one behind that. In other words, a change in the pattern and a change for the worse. That could be the harbinger of possibly a major event of some kind. And that's what we're looking for. That's the tell that I'm looking for.
By the way, when I mentioned earlier, Marilynn, if you have heard of anyone who predicted these things, I remembered a name here who was into that, and I believe he's already gone now. Jim Birkland. I believe he was.
Yeah.
You remember
him
now? Oh, you met him?
Yeah, he actually took me to a baseball game in San Francisco.
In San Francisco, okay.
Yeah, and Birkland, cool guy.
Yeah, he made those
He was
claims.
the one who sounded the alarm on 89, the earthquake in 89.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I did a lot of work with him. In 2003, that was when they put the red flag on Yellowstone, and they've never dropped it.
So, Marshall, in terms of his claims, he claimed that he was able to predict earthquakes. Are you aligned with that notion? Do you think he really could?
Well, Birkland's method was really brilliant. He started he was tracking animals. And all of a sudden, if you were seeing all kinds of people doing classified ads or whatever, have you seen my dog? Have you seen my kitten? Whatever. If he saw all that going on with lost animals, then he knew there was a major event building, and that was what clued him in. And then he had other tells that he worked on. and he was very accurate. I think he
Interesting.
predicted the Loma Prieta within about an hour of the event.
Yeah, that's what it says here now that I looked them up. But I remember the name, and I remembered he was someone that did make those claims, but you're saying that he was pretty much spot on with his claims.
Absolutely.
Okay, okay.
Absolutely. I verified him. Matter of fact, when I was doing, I interviewed him for 2 shows and went went to a ball game with him too.
That's pretty cool.
And
Yeah.
this guy was solid scientist. He was with the government. All right. And he was absolutely right in his prediction, and he was duly crucified for it.
Very interesting. And of course, I would feel remiss if I didn't bring up the fact that Indonesia also had a massive earthquake of 7.4. Pretty nuts.
Yeah.
Recently, I didn't hear about that.
Yeah, just on Thursday.
Wow. Okay.
It really makes
Interesting.
it really makes you wonder when the next big one will hit here in California.
I'm curious, if either of you remember Gordon Michael Scallion.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm curious. Yeah, do you remember how he had those maps that he created based on the visions that he had of how the earth would look after a lot of changes would take place?
He's the
Mhm.
prophecy guy, right?
Yeah, he had a lot of prophecies of how things would change, which land masses would go underwater, where things would end up and be, which things would, you know, submerge, which things would rise up. Um, I think he's still around, and curious as to what you might think about that, Marshall.
He's still alive,
If you,
yes.
I think he is, yes.
Well,
He's been around for quite a while because I remember
Oh yeah.
him, you know, gosh, 20, 30 years ago, I think, even, showing the maps that he had from the prophetic experiences he was having.
uh, well, like Yoda said, the future is always in motion,
Yeah, that's
and
true.
I
That's
believe in
very
that.
true.
Um, and I deal with people. I mean, most of the people who follow my work do so because they've had dreams, visions, and premonitions,
Hmm.
and they are going through the kind of experiences that uh, Scallion has gone through. The difference is that he writes about it. He helps other people and however he can, and he
Right.
shares his experiences. Uh, but the thing is, the future is not cast in concrete. As
That's true.
sentient beings, we have the power of intention to alter timelines
That's true. Very true.
and free will. The only difference between the on the good side and on the bad side, and you know this yourself, is that on the good side there's eternal respect for your free will, and on the bad side eternal contempt.
Yeah, very well put. Gotta love the way you put that. That's perfect.
Well,
Very
thank you.
true.
Thank you.
That's very well put.
The so what about you? Is this, because I see your books and your work and you follow through, and I've had out of body experiences, and I really love seeing someone that's out there and talking about it
Hmm.
because it's really important. People have these experiences, and it's like it's so difficult for them to talk to friends and families,
Yes,
right?
let's get
Oh,
into
yeah.
that for sure. I definitely wanted Marshall and you, Marilyn, to talk about maybe premonitions and these sort of dreams that are very apocalyptic in theme. These really
Sure.
intense dreams that a lot of
Yeah.
people have, and myself included. I've had a number of these reoccurring dreams that are very doom and gloom, very dark, but they are. Well, here's the thing: many people will dream in black and white.
Mhm.
I dream in both, and sometimes that reoccurring dream is either black and white or it's in color, and sometimes a little bit of both, which is my favorite when everything's black and white and I see the sky open up and explode. That's in color, which is truly amazing. I wish I could sort of draw that image out for you guys because it's an image I've had in my head. Maybe that's a bit of artwork I'll have a friend of mine from South Africa draw up for me if he's willing to.
That's not
Yeah,
a bad idea. Yeah, that's a great idea.
Yeah.
it's a great idea. Yeah,
it is.
and go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, it's interesting that there do seem to be a lot of people who are having apocalyptic type, end times type dreams and out of body experiences right now. And obviously, we've had them for hundreds of years as well. And, there's a lot of different interpretations that can be placed upon them. And I think the difficulty is not knowing whether or not these are premonitions of times to come, which they could be, or are they representations to us of states in energy that we are already experiencing? Or are they also representations of things that are happening in individual people's lives or in individual group lives? So, for instance, when someone has an apocalyptic type experience, a lot of times the theme, and tell me if this matches what you guys are having and hearing about, what I'm hearing a lot about are experiences where the evil is coming in closer, and it's like becoming so overwhelming that people are literally just kind of really struggling to keep the light alive. And there's fighting in the streets. The skies are orange and red and fiery. Some people are having ones where there are, hand-to-hand combat in the streets. Some are experiencing things that seem almost indicative of the possibility of possibly apocalyptic battles that might be with alien races. Have you guys ever heard anything about that?
Well, that's the dream that I've been having.
Is it?
It's a bit of an invasion,
Okay.
yeah. But the strange thing is, it's from a previous house that I used to live in, and I'm seeing
Okay.
that basically destroyed from these robotic-looking things from the sky.
Okay. Okay. And see, I've been hearing from some people that they're engaged in like a hand-to-hand combat, but the enemy is actually um, these are coming from people who may not even have heard of like the reptilian species before, but they describe these the enemy as being quite a bit larger than us and having these reptilian features and like 7 or 8 feet tall. And so they describe what could be a reptilian
Oh, wow.
type extraterrestrial, possibly.
Marilyn, let me
You know,
jump in really quickly and ask you.
sure.
You've had those dreams, right, where you're fighting someone and you're trying to swing on a monster, alien, whatever have you, maybe a stepfather, you know,
Yeah.
anything of that nature, and it's almost like your punches are like underwater in a way.
Yeah,
Isn't
definitely.
that annoying?
Things go slow motion. Yeah.
That's so
And there
annoying.
are also things too, like in spiritual warfare too, where sometimes you'll even be unable to, when it gets really intense, you'll find that you have trouble actually making sound. You're trying to scream out for help and you can't get a sound out, and so that's a common experience as well. The biggest thing when you're dealing with spiritual warfare is you call out for help from Christ. And a lot of people are uncomfortable hearing that because they don't realize that it's just what works.
Right.
It's not about a dogma or anything. It's just that's what works. And call out for Christ. Saint Michael will come in as well and help. Um, and so you those are the things that you want to be calling for. And one of the things to remember too is when you cannot speak, you call out from your mind.
Marilyn, I'm
So
sorry to jump in here and ruin the fun yet again, but we do have a caller on the line, and I think they might have
sure.
a question for either one of us. Caller, you are live on the air. What's up?
Hello, this is Kaiser, brother.
What's up, buddy? Go ahead.
Yep. Just calling in. I had that same dream a month ago when I was in Germany.
Really?
And it was, I've had the reoccurring dreams since I was a kid. Concrete structures. It's peaceful where I'm at. Huh?
Very interesting. Go ahead.
Okay, but this one was probably the most vivid, and I'm sort of like you. It'll go black and white in color, but mostly. And so this one, I ride horses, and I've lived anyways, end of days, Michael knows what I'm talking about. I've lived an entire life in combat zones.
Right.
But the point is that it was serene, peaceful. I always had tension from, other things, but everywhere I was at was always peaceful. And I ride horses also. And I was out riding a horse. I just put my horse up, and there were concrete structures as this massive, place where people rode horses. And I was right there watching other people ride horses, and there's like a skylight, open skylight, almost like what you would see at a football game. And all of a sudden, the sky just blew up, and it wasn't what I've seen in real life with explosions. There is a fact that Hollywood makes explosions way stupid, right? But this was so brilliant, so vibrant. I even felt the thud, the delay after seeing it, because light travels faster than sound. And I felt the pressure, and I woke up in a start. And but that was the most vivid. That was about a month back. And it was funny because Michael was talking about it, you were talking about it. And there's always a synchronicity in life.
Right.
And I always try to look and find them. So,
well, it's interesting because many
really
people are having these. A lot of people are having these, and I think people are trying to figure out, what do they mean? Go ahead. Sorry.
No. That's what I was looking for. I think so too. When I was there, it was real spiritual. When I went there, I hiked through the Black Forest, camped out, had a good time. It was real spiritual. That's all I'll say on that. And I just found it unique talking to brothers on it, and they were like, yeah, they had it, but I thought it was just kooky dreams, me and my brother's dreams. And it was funny. It was just odd that I haven't been able to tune into a show for a while. And the first night I'm able to tune into Michael's show, End of Days, best program on YouTube and other places. I'm hearing that, all the other stuff about end of the world. And I do know, I will tell you this, since I joined the military in 85, the lensatic compass I have is slowly, declination is going a little bit away from where it used to be, wherever I'm at. And it's moved major declinations, like maybe from magnetic north, I think it's maybe 10 declinations off where it used to be. It used to be +3. Now I think it's +13. So it's just kind of interesting from Ohio. So anybody with a lensatic compass that's in Ohio can see that's what Mr. Masters, I think his name was.
Yeah, Marshall
was talking about pole shift. And I don't know. I'm not a scientist, not claiming to be. I'm just an old war horse. But I do know how my compass reads.
I'm curious, though, when you talk about the explosion in the sky, what did you feel when you saw the explosion in the sky? You said it wasn't like a real explosion. What did you feel that it was? You said it was like light. What was
No. I think you took it right. I said wrong. Light always travels faster than sound. Okay.
Right. Okay.
So in explosions in Hollywood, they always get it wrong. They make the explosion happen and the sound's instant.
Yeah.
Even if you're just a little distance away, there's a slight delay.
There's a little delay.
And a slight delay until the sound catches up. You'll see it before you hear it.
Yeah, like a nice liver shot. Yeah, right of the body.
Okay.
Exactly. And so what it was this brilliant, beautiful light. then there was an orange, red, just like a big ball of fire, but it encompassed the entire stadium and everything started to crumble. I jumped to where my horse was at, which was sort of a sub area of it. And I fell into a bunch of horse shit. And then all of a sudden I woke up, but I actually felt a pressure on my back, just as you would. An explosion has several things. You have the light from the explosion, you have the sound that catches up, and then you get the overpressure. And the overpressure, even in an up armored vehicle, when you're hit with a V-bed, a EFP, or whatever, if you survive the EFP, even an RPG, you'll feel the overpressure and the heat. So that's basically what I felt.
So it was a regular explosion then. It wasn't
No, it
like
was
an
massive.
explosion of light.
No,
it was a regular explosion, like an apocalyptic explosion, right?
like what you see a nuclear weapon detonating looks like.
Okay.
A thermonuclear weapon. That's all I'll say. I've only seen that in film the military puts out, but you also don't get the sensations that you see. You see it on the film, those old World War II test bed films. You can see like the trees blow. That's overpressure.
Okay.
And then they get sucked back because that's everything coming back in to fill the vacuum of the explosion. And but that bright orange ball you normally don't see unless it's nighttime. Then you'll see a big explosion. Sometimes in the daytime you'll see a major explosion but it happens so quick. It's hard to explain if you haven't ever seen one.
By the way, Kaiser,
So,
I just wanted to quickly ask you, the dream that I have when I saw basically the sky explode and open up, I would have to say that was the most beautiful thing I've ever seen in my dream or in my life. I'm not
Yep.
sure if you feel the same way, but when I saw that explosion in the sky go off, especially the black and white hybrid colored sort of setup in my dream, I swear that was the most incredibly gorgeous thing I've ever seen in my entire life, even though there was so much destruction and people running around. I don't know why, but it was very, very beautiful to watch.
I agree. That I saw the same thing. I felt, wow, that's amazing. And then I'm like, what the hell is it?
Why do we both
And
feel that
then-
way? That's what I want to know.
Huh?
I said, why do we feel that way? And why did we even see this thing? And why was it so beautiful?
I don't know. You know, the way I look at it, coming from a little religious bent, you know, it could have been, it could have been anything. Words don't describe biblically,
Sure,
but it
yes.
could have been the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse returning. Who knows?
Well-
You know, it could be whatever.
You're more religious than I am, so that's that's another way to interpret that
Well,
sort
it's
of thing.
interesting too that both of your experiences were so similar.
Yeah.
And you know, the interesting thing about it also is that everybody that has reported similar experiences to me, it's the orange, the red skies, the very similar types of things. One of the things too that I'd like to go to with this, just because I
Yes.
think it's really relevant, is you know, in the early 1990s, I had a series of very extensive visions about the coming times. And I was told at that time of a time that would come between 2026 and 2030, which would be a period for the earth as to which direction things would go. And I was shown many different possibilities at that time. And so you have to look at this from the standpoint of the, 1991, 92, things were very, before the 9/11, before the wars that we've seen in the last 18 years.
When
So what
Harry met Sally.
Yes.
Yeah, all that. And you know what I was shown was, first of all, so the time of 2026 to 2030 was a determinative period of, in that time, we would see whether or not the earth would be going in one direction or the other. But what I was also shown, I was shown a series of potential cataclysms. One would have involved some type of war, possibly nuclear. One involved an asteroid hit. There were people that were literally, and this is one of the things that a lot of people who are having these visions talk about now as well, which is people living in caves. People are kind of wandering around. It's like somehow people have become, people are not living the way that we live right now. Something happens. Another thing that was shown to me as well was that sterility had become a major issue. Something had happened not just with humans, but with animals as well, where sterility had threatened the ability to propagate the human race as well as some other species. And one of the other factors, ironically, at the time, this is before 9/11 and all this crazy stuff. This was a time when Muslim fighters were on the ground in the United States. And so it was the Islamic war came to our soil. And that was one of the things that made it different. So these are things that I was shown in the early 1990s. Another thing that's really important about it, though, is that we have to remember, and this is something Marshall's talked about just a few minutes ago, which is that things are always have the potential to change. And, even in Fatima in 1917, our Blessed Mother told us that we have the ability to prevent some of these things from happening if enough people, pray for a different outcome and, do things that are moving things in a better direction. And so we have the ability to make some decisions and stuff to push towards a different outcome. And what I was shown at that time was it wasn't yet determined. But, we see in prophecy as well with, St. Padre Pio and Maria Valtorta, even here in the Colbrin Bible, which is
Amazing.
Marshall Masters' very fascinating work here. We see that there are some very interesting prophecies of what this means. I read this really interesting passage in the Colbrin Bible that indicated, mankind chooses when their own end times begin. I thought it was very interesting how that particular passage went. And I can try to find it here in a minute if you'd like me to. But it was very well
Yeah,
put.
go ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd like to know which book.
Yes.
Which of the 11 books you're talking about.
Yes, while you do
let me
that.
look it up here for you.
While you do that, I just want to quickly add, Marshall, you've had those sort of dreams before too, right? Where you're kind of wanting to assault someone in the dream and you really can't. Your punches are really slow, lethargic, correct?
Well, those are frustration dreams. I've had those. The people who've been following my work have similar dreams. They don't have the one-on-one violence dreams that folks are reporting. And I actually was, with your caller, I was fascinated with that account.
He's still here.
Good. And, it's up over the years, people have reported impact events, tsunamis, that kind of things. I've also had these prophetic visions. And it's what really drove me to do the work that I'm doing. And we tend to want to reconcile what we see with what to expect. And I really have come to see these as largely as alarm bells, wake-up calls. You need to become conscious of the world around you, and you need to see what's going on. That being said, I've had very major prophetic experiences, and one was a shared death experience, and one was a profound out-of-body experience. And I actually have found validation for the things that I was shown. And I was given with a shared death experience with my mother. She showed me the future coastline of Monterey Bay. And
wow.
this was long before Fukushima.
Right.
And then she was showing me, and it was like devoid of life. It was the sand just looked like salt, but there was no tracks on the sand. I knew this area very well. Nothing, absolutely no sign of life, and I couldn't understand what she was showing me. And then a few years later, Fukushima. And Fukushima is a nuclear volcano, and it's eventually that's what it's going to do to the Pacific. Just going to turn it into a sterile basin.
I still don't even need, I still don't even need seafood as often anymore.
Well,
Yeah,
Wow.
I would like to.
It takes you off your sushi,
It really does. And Kaiser, go ahead. What were you going to say?
Yeah, I'd like to answer his thing. This is what's amazing.
Amazing.
I think, I believe in a couple things. First off, dreams mean something. It's a codex, but it's up to you and hopefully honest talk with other people to figure out. And I also, I have my own program, but I go in depth on this. From the first time I went to the Near East, and that was 90 and 91, the first Gulf War. It really ramped up in a different way. And everybody I've worked with has stories where I'm like, we're going straight, going somewhere. And I'm like, make a right, make a left, do something now. And every time the unit or whatever we were around got hit and we didn't. And but it's microseconds. It's just a feeling. It's like butterflies in the stomach on steroids.
Hold on. Well, actually, continue.
Yeah.
Does your perception of time change?
Yes. It slows down. I in combat, when I'm getting shot at, I'm not saying anything that's not true. Trust me on this. Well, you don't have to trust me. Trust Michael, because he's seen my pictures. He knows everything about me. I get more focused when adrenaline hits. The adrenaline dump is when it just goes fast forward afterward. But during it, it's like everything opens up.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, everything.
That's very interesting.
I get focused.
Yeah.
So I don't know what that means or anything, but it's just the nature of my work. And like I said, NFA Kalamatabi, I speak Arabic. I'm a hillbilly from Ohio. And, but I have
Which
a
part
master's
of
degree.
Ohio,
I grew up in the
Kaiser?
trailer park. I grew up in
Which part?
Cleveland and then moved to Columbus.
Oh, that
Okay.
explains the modesty.
Yeah.
Because I grew up in Dayton, so yeah, that's why I'm interested.
Oh, well, right now I live 20 minutes from the Air Force Base, Wright Pat. And,
oh, really?
in
Yeah,
London,
my father
a little
worked
small
at the Air
town.
Force Base. Yeah, Patterson Air Force Base. Memories there. Yeah, I did find
I lived 20
the
minutes from-
quotation for you guys whenever you'd like me to share it.
Oh, yes. Go ahead.
I'll mute myself.
Okay. Yeah, this is from the Book of Britain. So the Colbrin Bible, Book of Britain.
Oh, 11th
very
book.
interesting quote. Yes. Tell me, good master, when shall the end be? Jesus answered, there will be an end to the beginning, and men will know this by the spirit of the times. Men will no longer be as brothers, nor will they be manly. Women will be as men and men as women. Adultery will not be condemned, nor will fornication. Therefore, these will flourish. Men will not honor their homelands, and there will be no discrimination among them. Fathers will not be honored, nor mothers respected. And children will be raised to be wayward. Perversions will be encouraged, and criminals will mock the law. There will be incest and rape, and it will be unsafe to walk abroad. Floods, famines, droughts, and earthquakes will cause death and destruction. Strange sicknesses will smite the people, and there will be denial of God. Babes will be slain in the womb. Men will lust after the wives of other men, and marriage shall lose its meaning. Women will go to the marriage table unchaste and with deceit in their heart. Their husbands, creatures of pity, will hear the mocking voices of laughing men. Priests will defile their altars with their impurity, and the rulers will be held in little repute. It is not God who marks the end days, but men who lives as though setting a pitfall for himself. Unquote. Interesting, huh?
Amazing. Kaiser, by the way, there's another caller that wanted to get in
Okay,
here.
no problem.
Yes. Anything else to add?
Everything she just said is coming to pass, so
Amazing.
it's all interesting.
Well,
Bye-bye.
Yeah,
yes,
from
thank you so
Colbrin
much, my
Bible.
friend.
Interesting, huh?
Yeah. Hey, Kaiser, thanks for sharing.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much, Kaiser.
And there he goes. Ladies and gentlemen, if someone wants to call, that number is 760-332-8724. One more time, 760-332-8724. Don't be shy. None of us bite except me. So go ahead and call in. And you'll be good.
Cootie shot.
That's true. I leave a mark. So yes, that number is 760-332-8724. One more time for you great folks out there. Go ahead and call in if your heart desires. Please feel free to. And there's that caller now. Let's take that call. Caller, you are live on the air. What's going on?
Hello, Michael.
What's up?
Hey, this is Lightning Preparing.
Very nice. How you doing, man?
I'm awesome. I have first-hand experience with the whole Planet X thing.
Okay.
I ended up on a local radio program for an hour and a half because I took photos of it myself.
Wow.
But I kind of debunked myself after the last solar eclipse. So I was curious how Marshall might explain to me how I debunked myself.
Marshall,
I'm a full believer, but...
Marshall, can you hear him okay?
He's kind of coming in and out a little bit.
Yeah,
I got the part where he's debunked himself.
Yeah, he broke up just a little bit. Can you repeat that again, caller?
Mr. Masters, I come across an internet story that said with a digital camera and a crude lens filter such as sunglasses, you could take a picture of the Planet X beyond the chemtrails. I did this one day in front of the setting sun, chemtrails galore, only to the west in front of the setting sun. 4 photos, absolutely evident that I caught a second image with a second lens flare. Absolute, I seen it. I called the Trevisano show out of Cleveland, Ohio, Clear Channel Powerhouse. I was on there for an hour and a half telling what I knew. And but then years and years later, after many more photos that I took, with the last solar eclipse we had, I had the same lens flare that I was looking at through my phone with the sunglasses, but I kind of peered around the corner of a building to block out the sun, and the lens flare disappears. Now, that's not really a good way to explain how I debunked myself, but when I blocked it out, the second image disappeared. So I was wondering if I'm just seeing some kind of weird anomaly or if I'm just crazy, but I completely believe in the birth pangs and the increase of earthquakes and volcanoes. And but yeah, I don't know what you got anything to say. I mean, I guess that's a fuzzy question.
Amazing. Go ahead, Marshall.
Well, it sounds there's a process here. Let me just ask a few questions.
Yeah.
Now, first off, did the caller actually see with his own eyes, or was he looking through a device?
Device, through a phone.
Excuse me?
It was through a phone. I was using a phone.
Through the phone.
Lens,
Okay. What kind of phone?
Sunglasses as a lens filter.
What kind of phone?
Shucks. Samsung, I believe it was. And it wasn't, I mean, I understand how you can make a lens shadow or such happen, but that wasn't the case. I took 4 photos, and the first one, it was kind of blurry, 2 objects. The second one, it was kind of the same, but more evident. You could see 2 lens flares. The third one, I did a control, and I removed the sunglasses and took a picture of the sun. Nothing but glare. And then the fourth photo was really fuzzy, blurry, the same thing I've seen evident in the second photo, to which there were 2 objects with 2 distinct lens flares, and they were at different parallels, so it was not a sundog. And the second object, the smaller of the 2,
where were they relative to the sun?
Nemesis. It was very clear and crisp, the outline of the planet, unlike the sun was.
Where were the objects relative to the sun?
It was to the left and down just a tad.
Give me like in, 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, 12 o'clock, what? Give it to me like
we're
that.
We're talking 7:30 7:30, just off the side. And I continued this. I told everybody I knew. I was like on fire, telling everybody I knew. And I continued to take these photos. And it, like later in the year, that object was on the other side of the sun. And there was actually other like orbs or dots that were evident when you took these photos, aside from the main secondary object.
Right. What time of day were you taking the images?
I did it all throughout the day, but the best time that would be most evident would be at sunrise or sunset. And I even have the trees.
The ones you're talking about, you did this at sunrise or sunset?
I did, and then I did it all day long. I was consumed. I did it all the time. I was staring at the sun all day.
Well, if you're first off, you're able to see it now. I saw it with my own eyes, all right, which was just before the sun went below the horizon. And I personally saw it with another observer, and we didn't get a chance to get a picture. So what I will tell you is that, I saw what I saw, and it completely, right there, totally reordered my life, okay? And I started working early, and I was going to take a year off before starting this book I'm writing now, Win-Win Survival Communities. No, I mean, we're going to need it. We got to,
So I'm saying, Mr. Masters,
clean the guest room, Bunky. Hill's coming for a long visit.
It's cyclical. I firmly believe this, and then it's in when the science and the faith say the same thing, you really have something to go on. I completely believe, without a doubt, and I come across another article, and I'm sort of, unfortunately, I can't reference it, but it explained that the materials that are in for layman term, chemtrail, SAG, stratospheric atmosphere, geoengineering, these chemicals that they're spraying are the same that are in cloaking technologies that they're trying to obscure our vantage point of this planetary system, the Nemesis star system.
When this thing gets close enough, I don't care what they're doing. Okay? They could put Stuckey's pecan rolls the size of moons in front of us. We're going to see it. Okay? So let's cut out the conspiracy crap. People are seeing it. I'm seeing images. All this nonsense about space mirrors and projections and whatever. Personally speaking, I think it's a lot of planted disinformation that people just jumped on, and that's not what I'm seeing. And if you look at my website, when I publish stuff, if you'll go back through my videos.
One way or another, but I can look at the events that are happening, the earthquakes and the volcanism. This is an evident fact. This is described. Earth times. It's a matter of evidence to me. I personally believe that it's a matter of global economic collapse, global world war. They'll shut down the interwebs, and then this thing will fly by. They'll reconstitute the Earth in the 21st century to wherever they want it to be. Second golden age.
Look, stop this right now. Stop this right now, because I want somebody out there, answer one simple question. Where in the hell does it say we got to die like lemmings? Okay.
I'm prepared.
Where in the hell does it say we got to die like lemmings? Let's get frosty. Let's work the problem. Let's stop with the panic talk. We work the problem. This is it. This time, it's time for that. It's time for that. Things are already happening. People are going to, in the winter, they're going to start seeing food scarcity. We had this harvest for this year is down 37%. And the stock market is going crazy, and they don't factor that in because they think next 2020 will be a bumper and it'll even it out. And guess what? If 2020 is like 2019, we're in the ringer, bucko. We are in a real serious ringer. So I see what's coming on, but we have to be practical and work together and solve problems together. That's how you survive.
I'm with you, Marshall.
The stratospheric, the chemtrail program, they control the weather. So with Farmageddon 2019, the thing that kicks me in between my ears is the Bolshevik Revolution. How do you call a population that has 300 million plus guns? you take away their food or shut off their electricity. And I think that's why the horrible farmer, Dow Agra, Monsanto, they have these aluminum-resistant crops because they're killing everything, including us.
Yeah. And we know all that. And you know
Calling
what?
of the herd,
Planet
Mr.
X
Masters.
is going to be the big Control-Alt-Delete of our planet.
I would like to, I guess, conclude my call with a simple thank you for all of your work that you do and the knowledge
You're
that you
welcome.
spread. And the same for you, Michael. I appreciate your program, and you guys are awesome.
Amazing.
I don't get out to the masses like you guys do. So I truly thank you, and I appreciate the chance to get on the airwaves and share my 2 cents.
Well, thank you so much for that call. I really do appreciate it and respect that you called in. It takes a lot of balls to call in, so I really do appreciate that.
Thank you.
Keep looking up.
All right, my friend. Take care. And there he goes. If anybody wants to call in, that number is 760-332-8724. I think someone in the chat, Dane in the chat room, I believe she wanted to call in. So now, chance is yours. You can call in if you'd like. And Marshall, my goodness, that caller was kind of fired up, right?
Yeah. Well, you always have good audience.
Yes. I love the listeners, by the way, and the callers. They are very intelligent.
Yeah.
And they're passionate
it's
too.
always great questions with your callers.
They're really passionate.
It's really cool. It's as a guest, it's a lot of fun to be on a show like this where you do get intelligent questions, not stuff that is just like so far out of left field you can't believe it.
Yes, sir. And by the way, I was reading that article you had posted there, and I totally forgot to put the previous one up on my website, but I did read it, and I'd laugh that every time we start the interview, I always say you are a controversial character, and myself included, Marshall. I'm not calling you a character. I am a character myself. But yes, that was a slip of the tongue there. But I was thinking, Marshall, the reason why, if I'm not sure if it actually bothered you, Marshall, that I do that, but the fact that I emphasize that is because this show is kind of controversial. I'm controversial myself. I think some of the guests, some of their opinions are kind of controversial at times. So I like to bring that in there a little bit every now and then. And of course, I say you have a lot of haters out there, and psychologically, it's another little trick that I like to do, Marshall, because it fires up that person ever so slightly. And when you get someone a little bit fired up, they perform a lot better on the mic.
That's interesting.
It's a psychological trick.
That.
It's all psychology, and I love doing it.
Well, we got a little bit of radio biz here.
That's how you do it. Well, of course, and all these things go over people's heads. It's really ridiculous that they don't get the bit at all.
It's all in the subtleties.
Oh yes. So, Marilynn, we were talking earlier, and for those that are just joining in right now, later on the second half of the program, we will be discussing the Kurt Cobain case. Every now and then I do revisit the case myself, and recently I had seen that there was more talk about that. And Marilynn, we'll get into that second half here.
Sure.
Yes, because then we're going to start talking about it.
That's right.
Yeah.
It's worthy of talking about for sure.
It totally is.
There's a lot to talk about there.
Yes. And one other thing I did want to ask both of you right now is, Marilynn, you grew up in a religious household, correct?
No, actually, no. I grew up in a Mormon home. My father was sort of devout, and the rest of the family were primarily kind of atheists, actually.
You were a Mormon.
Yes, I was.
Amazing. And why did you turn your back, per se, on Mormonism?
Well, I wouldn't say I turned my back, but
Yes.
because ironically, I have ancestry that goes all the way back to Joseph Smith. So I think that's pretty neat in terms of my genealogy. But I just never really resonated with Mormonism as being the whole truth. And so, when I grew up, I started that journey to find the truth. And so, it began there. So it wasn't really, walking away from. It was more of a, I don't think this is the whole thing for me. It's not the whole kit and caboodle. So, I started with researching, the ancient sacred texts from all world religions and finding my way that way. Ended up, being led through the out of body experiences that I had and the mystical experiences I had into Catholicism, which was literally the last place I thought I'd find myself.
Really?
Well, ironically, yes, in part because as a Mormon, it was just a bias that was instilled in me as a Mormon, because Catholicism is not thought highly of, just as Mormonism isn't thought highly of in Catholicism. So ironically, I have a high opinion of both because I've experienced the good in both, so that's
Yes.
nice.
Hold on one moment here. I called back a number here on accident, and I believe they are on the line. Caller, what's going on?
Hey, how are you tonight, Michael, Marshall?
I thought I would call you back.
Marilynn?
Yes.
Hi,
I got through. How are you guys tonight? Boy, Marshall, that last guy was intense.
Amazing.
So I actually talked to Marshall quite a while ago on a show. I called in, and I noticed the theme tonight was dreams, and that's what I called in about.
Were you the woman who cried?
Yes, I was a little. I had a couple beers that day.
Okay, a couple beers, nothing wrong with that.
Oh, come on!
No, just a few. I got not teary, but
that was
not
the good
actually.
stuff.
I'm sorry. What was that again?
That was an authentic call. That was the good stuff.
Very complimentary of your call.
Yes, she was crying. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, she called in here and she was crying up a storm, and I felt terrible. And it was a very lovely message that she was trying to relay. But of course, I was just more focused on the tears at hand here.
Well, no tears tonight.
Perfect. I'm glad you're here.
Actually, I have an awesome dream that happened, and I wanted to share that. Ironically, on 11/11, I haven't had a dream about my dad since that time, 11 years ago. And I had one this year, 11/11. I don't know if it's because maybe I'm starting to talk about it, but he was back in my dream, but we were all a family. He was younger though, and my brother and I and my mom are all our age now. And we were he had a 1967 Bronco with a PTO winch. I mean, this thing was a tank, and we grew up in the mountains four-wheeling. And
like OJ.
What's that?
Like OJ.
Like OJ? No, this is
except
old school.
with a PTO winch. She just said they grew up in the mountains, so that's a little bit different to have that Bronco with the PTO winch. But go ahead.
Yes.
But I'd pay good money to see a redneck with an afro.
Well, anytime I hear the word Bronco, I think of O.J. Simpson and the infamous chase.
Oh yeah, that's right. I was white or something. Well, anyway, this dream it ended with an eagle showing up, and it was really cool. And I don't know what it means, but to me, it gave me peace for everything that I've been, kind of stressing about in my life, I guess.
How did the eagle appear?
So no matter what, we're all faced with.
How was it in the dream?
I'm sorry. Go ahead and say that one more time.
How was it in the dream? Was it flying overhead? How did it appear?
There was a canyon to the left of us. We were on a small one-lane road going down, and there was a mountain up going straight up on the other side. And this eagle, this thing had a wingspan like 10 feet. So I know it was a bit larger in my dream than a normal eagle would be, but it just was soaring right above us. And we got down to the bottom, and then I woke up down to the bottom of the canyon. And then I woke up. That
particular dream has very significant meaning for what your father is trying to tell you about where he is spiritually now in the afterlife. That has to do with so when you saw the eagle, where you felt drawn to your eyes felt, literally pasted to it, right?
Yeah, it was so
you
vivid.
were
If I
just
could
like,
draw
oh,
this
and that,
bird, it
and
was
that was it for you. You were staring at the eagle. And so that would, what he's showing you is in the spiritual realm, and especially when you're dealing with the canyon below, on the one side, it's the valley. There's the progress of the spirit is shown sometimes, especially when you're dealing with the mountains and all that. It has some of the Native American energies. There's the lion, the eagle, and then you have the white-winged horse, and then the star. And so the lion represents the earthly human. But then as the earthly human transforms into the spiritual, he becomes the eagle. These are different states of the spiritual transcendence after death. And the next phase would be that he would become the white-winged horse. It's all very symbolical. You can look these things up and it can help you to understand it better. And then the highest state of ascendancy will then become a star. But he's showing you that he has actually achieved another level of transcendence, which is very beautiful. And it's a real gift that he was allowed to show that to you.
Yeah,
And,
it was. I mean, it was just really profound. And then I was actually on 11/11. It had been 11 years since he passed, and it's just, I just keep having these amazing synchronistic events happen, finding Marshall's work, ending up, meeting this person or that person, or going, I met Skillet just randomly and got to, take pictures with the rock band. And I was never into Christianity. Now I'm really starting to study all kinds of stuff I never really cared about before. It just like a light bulb went off. So I just want to thank you for what you guys do, and for people like me
Marshall
out there
Marshall might want to pipe in on that too.
Yes.
Hello?
Unless
Did I lose you guys?
Unless Marshall dropped off.
Oh, excuse me. There, I muted my mic for a second.
There he is.
Like, oh boy, I'm Skype challenged. I'm listening, and I'm really, really happy of what's happening and what you're getting. And you went through a lot of experiences, and that's why I call them the wake up alarms. It's one possible future. It's not the future. The future can change. It's just one possible. But the whole point of it is not to show you a specific event or to predict something you can go put on a calendar. It's to get you to do exactly what you're doing right now. You're opening your mind, and you're going and you're exploring, and you are following your instincts. A lot of people, when they have these dreams, visions, premonitions, what you're going through, they go to experts, douse them with pills, drugs, alcohol, whatever. They don't know, they don't understand. See, you took it the right way. You got a lot of love from your dad, and he helped you on the path, and that eased you in. A lot of love there, lots of love.
Yeah, and he did it for my brother because he just got a year sober. He had opioid addiction really bad.
Man.
And I mean, it's
Terrible.
really bad here in Reno. And he's a shining star now, example for so many people in the community. And
that's good to hear.
That was my dad as well. So, I mean, we kind of lean on each other and just, try to pick other people up. He's picked so many people up in the community just because, and I try to help him. So something positive for the night I wanted to share. Thank you, folks. I won't keep you too long, but I appreciate what you're doing. And I'm going to check out your website, Marilynn, see, learn some more.
Thank you. Yeah, I was going to tell you too, something that was coming to me was check out the lyrics to Fly Like an Eagle. Do you remember that? I don't know how old you are. Steve Miller Band, Fly Like an Eagle.
Great song.
I was feeling very strongly, you need to check out those lyrics because there's a message in those lyrics from your father about this, what he's showing you. Because what he's showing you is not only, like what Marshall's saying, it's not only showing you where he's going, but what you can do as well. And all of you,
Okay.
So Look for that message.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank
For
you
me,
so
it
much.
felt. I think it's. He was showing me not to have fear, and to be the, when
Yeah.
the time comes, is to be strong for people who are not going to understand. So that's the message for me. And then, all right, folks, I'll let you get on with it. And thank you so much for taking my call, Michael. As always, you guys are awesome.
Thank you so much for calling in. We really appreciate it. Always nice to hear your voice again, especially after the first time. A lot of people still remember, and
enjoy this time.
They love you. Don't worry.
Yeah.
All right. And
it's great
thank you.
Great to meet you. Yeah.
You too, Marilyn. And Marshall, as always, keep it up. No matter what people have to say, you've got people behind you.
Absolutely.
All right, bro?
Rock on.
All right. Tell them to off, no? We got you, no? All right, man. You take it easy.
Right. Bye-bye.
All right. Okay. Bye.
And there she goes. Great call there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wasn't expecting her to return after that first after the first cry there. I'm glad she returned and regrouped and laid that message out there for us.
I think that's fantastic.
Oh yeah.
It shows that Marshall and you, Michael, both were able to help her a lot the first time around, and see how far she's come from what, from the guidance you gave her. That's fantastic.
Yeah, thanks. You're absolutely right.
Yeah, fly like an
really
eagle. Let my spirit carry me,
Yeah, and I wanted to comment when you were on the passage from the Kolbrin.
Uh-huh.
And here's an interesting thing. The Kolbrin is, for listeners, is a wisdom text, and it's 11 books. And the first 6 were written by the ancient Egyptians following Exodus. At the same time, the 5 books of Moses were being written, the Tanakh, or the Old Testament. And the second part is Celtic, and the Britain book is actually the only independent biography of Yeshua that's published. That was an absolute Celtic biography. And I'm sure as you read that, you could imagine that person being there. And the thing that was really, for me, Marilyn, I'll tell you what really made it, I think really set the piece for me, was when the biographer was talking about Mary. And she was going, basically, it's really nice that my son's doing all this wonderful work for humanity and spirituality, but he could bring a little shekels home,
Marshall, she dropped off.
She dropped off?
Yes, I believe she's
okay. I
there.
think I might be back now. I'm not sure.
Oh, there you are.
There.
Yeah, you dropped off for a second.
I apologize. I missed whatever you said, which I really wanted to hear about the Colbrin Bible.
Yes, we need to get into that. And Marshall was just talking.
Quick snap summary.
Sure.
Colbrin Bible's 2 parts. First part is written by the ancient Egyptians during Exodus, and the second part, the Celts, and that was about the same time as the New Testament was being penned.
Right.
And the thing of it that's interesting is you were reading from the Celtic account.
Right.
And that is from a Celtic biographer. And Joseph of Arimathea had tin mines up in Great Britain. And it was the end of the Bronze Age, and Britain was like the Saudi Arabia of tin. All right. It was very, very lucrative. And so there was a steady travel back and forth. And that was actually how the manuscripts got up to the Celts. And the Britain book is the last book, and it is the one that, when you read it, it has a biographer's account. This is someone who had actual first-hand account, someone who actually met Yeshua and the family. And what I was getting ready to say when you dropped off was the thing in the Britain book that just endeared me to the whole biography. I just loved it. The best part for me was Mary, when she's going about, it's nice my son is saving the world and all of that, but he could bring home a few shekels.
A few shekels, yeah.
And I'm going, now that's a Jewish mother. All right.
That is
Oy
a
vey.
Jewish- That's
Oy
great.
vey, that's a Jewish mother. But the interesting thing is, I would ask you to go to the book of manuscripts.
Okay.
And if you go to the book of manuscripts, you're going to find that the ancient Egyptians were saying many of the same prophecies for this exact time as Yeshua was saying in the 11th book of the Kolbrin. And so you have similar warnings and messages coming from two divergent periods of time. And
Well, I
this is
remember
important.
reading that because I read through quite a bit of this, and I
Mhm.
remember noticing that that was the case in terms of, because I read through the second half first because I was interested in the Celtic ones quite a bit.
Oh,
And then I went back and
I
read
love
the
the
Egyptian
Celtics.
ones first. Yeah. And
Yeah,
then I
don't they
noticed
have a
that.
beautiful family view?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. And I really, I thought it was fascinating because of um, because of the there were a lot of things in here that I thought were just fascinating, and there was some things in here about I'm trying to remember because it was just a little while back, but there was something in here about the fairies and
Oh yeah. No, I mean there's a lot in there, and the interesting thing for people who haven't read the Colbrin before, just heads up, um, if you meet somebody and they tell you that they read the Colbrin over the weekend, beware of the Pinocchio effect. Immediately step to the side or you will be impaled by a growing nose, because there's no way to read this book in a weekend. I've been
yeah,
reading it for years,
yes. And you really
and
can read it over and over again. Honestly, it's an ancient sacred text, so it's something where, in order to really contain what's in it, you kind of have to go over it more than once to remember everything that you're taking in. You know what I'm saying?
mm-hmm.
And for the
Absolutely.
and for the people out there that don't know what the Colbrin Bible is, can you tell them a little bit about that, Marshall?
Yes, the Kolbrin, the reason I got interested in the Kolbrin, and this was quite some time ago, was that this is when we were starting to do our Planet X research, pretty heavy. And one of the researchers, Steve Russell out of Australia, and he said he found a book that has accounts of previous flybys of Planet X. Now, the Egyptians used the same term for it that the Hebrews did, and that is the destroyer. All right. The Celts called it the frightener. And the last flyby was Exodus. And then the one prior to that, it was Atlantis, the sinking of Atlantis, and another one was Noah's flood. And these are documented in the Kolbrin, and you're going through it. And the events are very stellar. The Kolbrin is, it's a wisdom text, and it's a compilation, because what happened was the manuscript originally came out of Egypt, and the Britons translated it from the Phoenicians. It was the Phoenicians who actually got it up to Great Britain. And that's important because our alphabet, the English alphabet, is based on the Phoenician alphabet, which is 22 characters. And so there was this translation. The Phoenicians were translating it because I believe one of the books of the Kolbrin, the Sons of Fire, actually it could be the last remaining history of Phoenicia, which was destroyed completely by the Romans. And it was a kind of a sad thing because they were amazing mariners. Well, everybody is sailing close to the shores, and it was difficult. They had very strong, very fast ships, and they navigated by the stars. And their trading was all over the Mediterranean, but also They went all as far south as South Africa to the south and Great Britain to the north. And they're the ones that actually got it up to Great Britain. The Celts just absolutely loved it. The first ones that started teaching this, and at that time it wasn't known as the Kolbrin, it was called the Great Book. And it was actually the Romans who were occupying Great Britain, were the ones that were using the early versions of the Kolbrin to teach their own children, train them in schools. And the Celtic priests just really loved it. And it's interesting when you're seeing how the Celts viewed Yeshua, they didn't see him as with the Trinity. They maintained that he was a great teacher, and they loved him that way, as a great teacher, like a great Buddha. And I think the book that you quoted from, the Britain book, was the reason why the Glastonbury Abbey was sacked by the church, because they wanted to destroy these manuscripts. And what happened was the Celtic priests gathered everything together. Now, the account that you read actually is from an ancient Celtic text called the Cole Book. And what they did was they had all of the manuscripts. The old ones were called the Bronze Book because they were in the process of converting parchment to bronze so it would last. All of this was gathered up by the Celtic priests, the ones who weren't murdered. It was a real terrible thing that happened. And they got the manuscripts, they got all the material to Scotland. And they stayed there for centuries. Then there came the translations, and what they did was they worked on it and translated it into Old English, like Shakespearean, and then that was later translated in London to the Queen's English, modern English. And that was when the manuscript actually, it was during the Blitz when the Germans were bombing, but it was a housewife who found the manuscript and thought it was heretical and decided she was going to burn it, and they got it from her before she could do that. And then they took it up back to Scotland, and it stayed there, a small group of monks that maintained this, the Chaldeans. And finally, there is a very specific prophecy about these times in the Book of Manuscripts, and it predicted the fall of the Soviet Union, absolutely dead on. And it said a nation that had as the greatest navy shall, like a rotten apple at its core, collapse suddenly. Well, that was the Soviet Union. People didn't realize it had the largest navy in the world when it collapsed. It was about almost 40% larger in terms of the number of ships than our own navy. And so when that prophecy came to pass, plus others, I mean, the Kolbrin actually, 3,600 years ago, there is a very explicit prediction in the Kolbrin that we would, in these times, we would see artificial intelligence sex dolls.
Amazing.
Yes, this is in the Kolbrin. It's when you're reading it in the future, and a great study book for the Kolbrin is Planet X and the Colbrin Bible Connection by Jenner, and that is. If you read that, it links you right in. I have a citation system I designed for the Kolbrin.
I like chapter 3, by the way.
It's easy to discuss it with other people. And so Planet X in the Colbrin Bible Connection gives you the relevant quotes and the citations. So if you have that and the full book, you can read the entire passage.
I like chapter 3, by the way, the destruction and recreation.
Oh, yeah.
That's my favorite chapter.
Yeah. Yeah,
reminds me of the dream. Yeah,
it's really good. I have to tell you, when my researcher came to me about it, I was a jerk. I'm going, oh, great. So it's the hoochie coochie princess going to shoot the arrow in the sky and all that. And I'm going on like a moron. And he goes, Marshall, why don't you just shut up and read it? I'm like, moi, shut up, And so I figured I was going to debunk it. I got about 1.5 pages and it dropped me on my head because it actually had the solution to the Big Bang right there. Pow, 1.5 pages into it. So after, that was it. I was hooked right there. And it's just, the book is just wonderful. It's just wonderful to read. Marilynn, I'm interested in finding out, because you've read the Celtic, what, besides the Britain book, of the 5 books, which was your favorite on the Celtic side?
Well, I did like the Book of Britain, that's for sure. I'm looking at a passage here that I like, because I was going to say that, one of the things about the Colbrin Bible that I also liked is there is a lot of historical information in it, and there's also, like you mentioned, prophetic information, but there's also one of the aspects that you find in ancient sacred texts that is the beauty of the primordial and creation that comes forth. And like, for instance, here it's in the Book of Origins, which is OGS 1.5. And this is something that you see in a lot of ancient sacred texts where they talk about the universe being created from sound or music. And I just want to read to you just a couple of
Go
paragraphs
ahead.
here, because it's really beautiful. So from the inconceivable one, there came a great outpouring melody, the song of conception, the notes wing vitalizing consciousness outward in radiating ripples. All that is now existing came out of that which was harmoniously sung into being. And the sweet echoing vibrations still sound in rhythm throughout the many circles of existence. All life and matter vibrate in response to a divinely originated, orchestrated melody and rhythm. And, it goes on. But this is the kind of thing that, as someone like myself who, being into the out-of-body travel experience,
Right.
this is something that I've experienced, where you see how in the mystical spheres, you see how things are brought into being through voice, through sound, through vibration that is moved through musical emanation. And there's this whole, there's this whole beautiful passage. It continues on of, it talks about, and I was reading another ancient sacred text a couple of days ago that was talking about this as well. And this one also continues to talk about how we as humankind are trying to imitate this when we are creating poetry and music. We're trying to imitate what we remember from those spheres of creation that, we have come from. And they always say as well, that it's kind of but a poor representation of the original, but we do our best, but there's just a lot of the beauty in here as well, the beautiful mystical language and descriptions of mystical concepts and things in here as well. It's a real mix of all of those elements, the prophecy, the history, and also mystical explanations, really. There were some things in here about the Holy Family. I'm having trouble finding them right now just off the cuff, but there were interesting things in the Celtic books. I'm wondering, Marshall, if you remember what I'm referring to. There were some interesting things about the Holy Family that I'm trying to find that had struck me, and I'll just try to find them, I guess.
By the way, Marilynn, are you at all religious still?
Well, I am a practicing Catholic,
Ah, okay.
but I also, I am very, very, it, you know, I still, love the practice of. I'm very interested in all the different religions,
Mm,
and the understanding them. A lot to do with some of the really interesting things in Mahayana Buddhism and Pure Land and things like that. But in terms of my own personal practice, it's primarily Catholicism. But I study, a lot of different paths. Um, and ironically, right now I'm trying to study a little bit more about the Egyptians as well. I've done that through the years, and so these Egyptian books, of course, always contain more of interest because the Egyptians, you know, uh, these texts from the Egyptians are so important because the Egyptians are really the fathers of our civilization, and the beginners of where our religions sort of began. Hinduism is the only one that kind of began before that, and you have monotheism. The first manifestation of it began in Egypt with Akhenaten. So there's a lot of history in Egypt, and these books in the Colbrin Bible are especially fascinating, Marshall, because of their dating, in that
Yes.
a lot of these were written at the time of the Hebrew Exodus. And it's
Yeah.
really interesting because, a lot of these books are also moral texts and um, books about law and morality. And it's fascinating just because a lot of these were written at that period of time. I'm curious about your read on that factor, just because we know what happened where Pharaoh was disobeying God, and then the Jews left Egypt. And interestingly, then we find that, was this like a religious revival among the Egyptians after the Exodus? Or
Hmm.
were these before the Exodus, during the Exodus, after the Exodus? I almost kind of feel like it's probably after the Exodus, right? Or
Well, for the Egyptians during the Exodus, uh, there were a lot of Egyptians that joined in the host, many more than the accounts in the Bible. There's interestingly the accounts parallel each other in both the Kolbrin and the Bible. Do not give the name of the family of the Pharaoh, and
okay,
uh, I've always maintained that's because Moses loved his family. I mean, it was for him. Imagine these are the people that raise you, love you, comfort you,
right,
wipe tears from your eyes. Now you're, tearing the country apart. And so, but he was compelled. He had to do what he had to do.
yeah,
And so I think that by keeping the family name out of it, it was a way for him to love his family, not to shame them. And in history, but when I read the alternate account, which is in the Egyptian version, and the Pharaoh dies in the Egyptian, and he dies at the head of the charge, and this is after they're going in and doing some, they're whacking away. Um, when I read it, it's really curious because the people in Egypt were begging the Pharaoh to go find the Jews, but to bring them back, not to have a slaughter. They wanted them back because the Jews had this scrappy little god that was beating their pantheon of gods. And they were terrified with everything that was going on because this was the last flyby of Exodus, which, by the
yeah,
way, is a best case scenario flyby. We're not going to be that lucky next time, this
yeah,
time. So when I'm reading it, and with the Egyptians, The Celts, yeah. I am when you were describing reading the Celt, I was so with you. I was so with you. And I go, yeah, she gets it. She gets it. Now the Egyptians are more authoritative, bow. Yeah, what do you mean we're not going to do it my way? That's the Egyptians. They got that authoritative go. But when you read their accounts of the flyby, it reads like a man on the street interview. And it is scary. It is
Yeah.
really, really scary. But what I love most about whether it's Egyptian or Celtic is the text is laconic. It is so wonderfully laconic. It's so dense and so packed. You can read a paragraph and contemplate that paragraph for 3 days.
That's true. You can.
Yeah. So it was really, Marilynn, it was a real treat for me to hear you talk about the Celtic books. I just love it. That was a real treat. Thank you.
Well, you're welcome. I mean, thank you for putting all of this together. I mean, I'm obsessed with ancient sacred texts,
Right.
and I'm curious too. How did you guys find out about this book? How did you guys find out about these texts?
It's a good question.
Well, it came from my researcher, and he in Australia, and he had an interest in arcane stuff. A
Mhm.
lot of stuff. I call it psychic surfing. I always feel like a lot of us just, we got our soul families looking over our shoulder, and when we're searching, they whisper search phrases in our ears. And maybe that's the way he found it. But it started with him. And like I said, he said, I want you to read this. And I was going to debunk it. And I was like, oh my God, they solved the Big Bang 3,600 years ago. Okay, so much for that, And then when I saw it, I realized that this book I needed to get it out there. It took us 2 years to get the book out there. I acquired the manuscript actually from a publisher in India. And the publisher in India, I was able to acquire the electronic manuscript from him because his wife she read the Britain book, and she was terrified that there would be their company would be attacked by the church, by the Catholic Church, and so they handed it off to me.
Amazing.
And and I got it out there, and I just feel gifted because I'm standing on the shoulders of generations of amazing men and women who really have labored anonymously and in the shadows for generations upon generations and generations to keep this book from being destroyed before it was time to come out. And I'm very humbled by that. I'm grateful that it's getting out there. It's a lot of wisdom for the times. It's the one thing I call it your bunker book.
That's a good bunker book. That's true.
Amazing. By the way,
Yeah.
I got to jump in here really quickly and ask you guys this, since both of you are into Egypt. I'm curious what your perception is of Osiris. And many people believe that he was Jesus.
Oh, that's yours, Marilynn.
Well, I think the confusion arises from the fact that Osiris was murdered and then he was chopped into 40 parts, and those 40 parts of his body were scattered around ancient Egypt.
And both were
And-
resurrected, right?
Well, according to ancient Egyptian myth, they gathered his parts and brought him back together, and he was resurrected. And so the myths go that he was resurrected before Christ, and so people say that the resurrection story
There's a lot of similarities, right?
happened before Christ, because the 40 parts, the 40 days in the desert, there's a lot of things like that. I think there are other stories as well of resurrection not just Osiris. There were some others as well. And so, you know, there's in the mythologies, definitely there are similarities that you will find.
Right.
But no, he's not actually intended to be Christ. No, it's just that they bring it forth and forward. Now, you know, in the time of Christ, what happened was a lot of the pagan ceremonies were being practiced on certain days. And so a lot of the Christian holidays were then replaced on days that at one time were pagan holidays. So a lot of people say,
I see.
okay, well, then they're now, you know, well, that was the pagan holiday. Well, they were changed into the Christian celebration. And so they used the same day or something like that. So it doesn't mean that they adapted or adopted the pagan celebration. It just means that they kind of allowed it to be on a day that was familiar to the people of the time. But through, you know, definitely you can go through these and find a lot of similarities in the mythologies. There's a lot of interesting things when you look at the mythologies that go before Christ that you can find that are very fascinating. But there is
Yeah.
only one. There is only one Christ. He's the only one of us who got out of here alive.
Amazing.
You know, and that's, you know, something that is definitely verified. You know, if you have experiences in out of body travel, and definitely even just by looking at the long legacy now of near death experiencers and other out of body travelers who are having those experiences where that's verified. You know, when I started my journey, a lot of people think they're surprised because they think that, like, you know, oh, well, you just verified your beliefs. And, you know, the reality was, no, I ended up Catholic because of my experiences. My experiences led me to that. And I definitely didn't expect to become Catholic. It was something that I was led to. So we find in our experiences when we're asking those questions, because I wanted to know, well, is Christ who he said he was?
Right.
And I was shown those things. So Jesus Christ was different. He was Messiah, deliverer. He was different than the prophets. He was a station above and different than a prophet. And he was exactly who he said he was. And so when you're in the out of body travel states, when you go to the heavenly realms, these things are so clear to you that you just simply can't deny them. And it's harder, I think, for people down below in these realms on earth to accept that unless you've seen it. But, you know,
Right.
that is, it's harder to, but once you've seen it, you're like, it's pretty amazing. And it's not something you can, you know, you can't turn back once you've seen it, you know.
Yes.
Kind of the way
like-
you can't go
Hey,
back
Marilyn, is it like
Yeah.
the old saying, how you going to keep them down on the farm once they've seen Gay Paris?
Yeah, exactly. You cannot, yes, the very
You can't
very
unsee
well
it.
said, Marshall. Excellent way to say it. Exactly.
And
That
Marilyn,
is so true.
Marilyn, by the way, have you read the Egyptian Book of the Dead?
Most of it.
It's a good
Not
book.
the entire thing, but most of it. Yes.
I like
But
that.
I wanted to actually just read something to you.
Okay, go
And
ahead.
ironically, you bringing up the Egyptian Book of the Dead is interesting for what I wanted to read to you from one of these Celtic books from the Colbrin Bible. I hope you don't mind.
Oh, no, go
But
ahead.
there's a reason why. You know, in my own experiences and in one of the books I wrote called The Mysteries of the Redemption, I go into a period I call the initiations into the mysteries and the rites of passage. And it's a really important period for, you know, for out of body travelers in the spiritual development. And ironically, a lot of it, there's a lot of that that goes into the Egyptian religion as well as mystery religions. But
Uh-oh.
here,
That's not me.
but okay, but here, this is from the Book of the Silver Bow from the Colbrin Bible, and I just wanted to read it because it shows you just how interestingly these different paths all kind of blend and merge together. So this is just a random Celtic text in the Colbrin Bible. When a man enters the great stone chambers of initiation, he receives an infusion of the divine essence. His soul spirit is awakened to conscious awareness and passes out to leave the mortal body still and silent within its tomb. He comes into the presence of beings who know the will of the Supreme Spirit. He learns awful secrets. He knows whence he came and whither he goes. He is one reborn and awakens to rediscover himself. And ironically, that's just the beginning right there, because it goes into this lengthy experience. And literally that's so similar to some of the experiences I wrote about in my own writings, and also what you see in so many different religious ancient sacred texts. And this one is Celtic, but you see this especially like in Egyptian texts, and this is Celtic, and that's I guess that's my point.
Yeah.
And I'm curious what you think too, Marshall, about that, because I think that is really fascinating, and that's one of the things I found so interesting was so many things that go across the board with the Egypt texts, the Celtic texts, and many of the other ancient texts that I've read over the years from a lot of different traditions.
Oh, Marilyn, you're singing my song. One of the things, one of the takeaways from the Kolbrin is when you're looking at 3,600 years ago, there was far more religious tolerance then than there is now.
Very
Far
good
more.
point.
And back then, people were, it was not this, invented here kind of mindset. They were looking for, if your gods weren't cutting it and somebody had gods that were, it was, you'd talk to them. People shared a lot of, and that's what you get. You get that, there's this beauty of cross-fertilization of ideas.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's so amazing in the ancients, and how deep and profound their thinking was. You can read that when it was, the Kolbrin was written, whoever wrote it, and we actually, Janice Manning, who was the editor on the project, we estimated there could be over 150 different writing voices in the Kolbrin.
Wow.
And
that's fascinating.
Yeah.
So you're looking at, this is not one, really talented author like a Shakespeare, okay? This is like 150 Shakespeares. And yeah, there are some books of the Kolbrin that are just as tedious as paper. But most of it, though, is this incredibly deep, laconic. It expresses. That's the reason why I call it a bunker book. A lot of people don't know is that during the last century, the period in which more people in Britain read Shakespeare than at any other time in the 20th century was during the Blitz, and when the bombs were falling. Because when you're in the bunker and living on the edge of destruction, dime store detective novels don't cut it. You need something that has some teeth. And that was the reason why the people were reading Shakespeare, because it speaks to the human condition. And and that's the reason why when we are huddled in the bunkers, we will be reading Shakespeare. We will be reading Moby Dick, but Kolbrin as well. And the Kolbrin, I think that's why I call it the bunker book, because I believe it's a wonderful way to bring people from many different walks of life to a whole nother conversation of spirituality that's not going to stick a thumb in someone's rice bowl.
Amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I must ask
Yeah.
both of you now on your thoughts on, I guess we could say, the afterlife and reincarnation.
Well, I'm a believer in reincarnation. I've experienced a lot about reincarnation and written a lot about reincarnation.
Right.
So, yeah, definitely a strong believer in that.
And you believe that there is an afterlife, Marilynn.
Oh, yes, very much so. And I've experienced a lot of it. And ironically, a lot of what my work in the out of body travel state has to do with is the afterlife journeys of souls and the preparation of souls as they're going through not just their afterlife journeys, but their preparation for their next lifetimes, preparation for understanding how they're going to configure with their karma to plan their next lifetime so that they might be able to, plan it properly in a way where they will address the issues that will be necessary. So, yes, very much so on my part. I'm a big believer in that, and I've experienced it a lot. So, yes, definitely. And I've written
Amazing.
about it a lot as well.
And what about you, Marshall? Are you aligned with the afterlife and the thoughts of reincarnation?
Yeah. Actually, once you've been on the other side and you've seen yourself as an eternal being, you lose your fear of death. You realize that reincarnation is the natural order of life, and your emphasis, the emphasis or the focus of your life, shifts from acquisition to harmony, and where you want to come back and do something significant. And so, when you've had a profound out of body experience, that's what happens. And if you've had a good life, you die well. There really is no such thing as death. There's just a change of state. And, if you haven't been good, well, then you're going to have to catch a connecting flight in Chicago. But
Right.
Well said, Marshall. That's a great way to put it. I like that.
thank you.
That's great.
Yeah, go ahead,
Now,
Marshall.
For me, everything that I do, there's only one conscious decision. Remember that from 1991. Oh my God, I'm dating myself. The movie City Slickers.
I love that movie. Yeah.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
remember.
and remember Curly, the cowboy. Jack Palance played him. That one thing. Remember that? That
yes.
one thing. And my one thing is, I do it because when the day comes I'm standing before my creator, I want us both to know that I'm not a perfect man, but warts and all, I kept the faith.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
That's it.
With Billy Crystal, by the way.
Yeah, Billy Crystal. I'm on vacation. That was a fun movie.
Classic
Half
stuff
of
there.
America was trying to figure out that one thing afterwards. And but it was very obvious. It's that one thing that motivates you. It propels you. It drives you. Marilynn, I'm curious. Being an author, you're so prolific. And I mean, let's face it, it's sitting in front of a lifeless computer screen for hours a day. You feel like the Maytag repairman, the loneliest person in town. What's that one thing that makes you do it?
It's I get directed in my out of body experiences for every step of the way and everything that I need to be doing. And, every book that I write, I receive the title and the contents are given to me in the out of body travel state. And so I'm very driven when it's given to me that I need to do that work. And it's kind of like similar to what you're saying, which is that I want to be sure that when I face my creator, that it's you did good, you did what I asked you to do.
Yeah.
And
keep the faith.
sometimes it is funny, because you really did nail that down in terms of, yeah, there is a lot of sitting in front of the computer, doing a lot of the, even with just managing the website and doing the things that just keeping things running is, it's kind of like being on an assembly line at times.
Yeah, it is.
And so, yeah, there's a lot of discipline in terms of just uh, making sure you just do the work, and make sure that those things are done. And some of the things are boring and some of them are not so much fun. But the thing that I think I enjoy the most is the research, you know, when I'm being led to do the research. And of course, obviously, when I have the out of body experiences, that's obviously the best.
Right.
When I'm
And
allowed to see and experience awesome things, that is the best. And of course, that always energizes, wanting to bring that out there, because there is this, which I think, Marshall, you can relate to. Michael, I think you can relate to this awareness that, going back to what you even mentioned earlier on in our talk, which was how hard it is for people who are of a spiritual bent to even communicate with a lot of people around our in our families, our friends, our circles, or whatever. There is this fire that I think that a lot of us develop, which is, we need to share what we have been given in whatever way we have been given to give it, because we do know and we are aware that it is a gift. And we know that not everyone wants to receive it, so we don't just shove it down people's throats, but we find ways to share it with those who would like to receive it. And that's where you get really energized to discipline and do the work. You know what I mean?
absolutely.
Yeah.
And I'm
Yeah, 'cause-
sorry
Yeah,
to go ahead, Marshall.
you wake. It's a good thing to make you in the morning. If you got a good reason to get up in the morning, you generally do.
Yeah, that's a
know?
good point. Very good point. Yeah.
And so what you got, it gets you up in the morning and you just say, hey, I can go do a mission again for today. Whoa, found money. You
Yeah.
know?
Mhm.
And that's how it feels. You just keep it going. But it's like
And
with writing.
every time you hear from someone a soul who has benefited,
Uh-huh.
that energizes you to continue.
Yeah, I love that. And the reactions and I get from people, and it is the really, because writing is for the benefit of your listeners. Here's a definition of a writing. It's like making a baby elephant. A lot of heavy pounding and trumpeting, but eventually something of size falls out.
Very true.
True.
Yeah.
Yes.
You got a
Yeah.
point.
And that's what it's like. But when you're writing it's when the manuscript, all of a sudden you get your voice and the manuscript clicks and it starts writing itself.
That's true.
Man, that's the best high in the world for a writer.
Oh, yes.
That is so true. It totally is, because there is that point when it does start writing itself, and then that you're finally getting it. You're on the right track to finish it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And, I'm sorry to go back into the afterlife yet again, but I did have one more follow-up question. I was curious.
We're talking about reincarnation.
I just wanted to quickly ask both of you, assuming that there is life after death, then, what are we actually doing on the other side? Eternity is a very, very long time and things could get kind of boring.
Well, actually, a lot of what I have experienced is, I think I've talked about this before. I'm not sure if I've talked about it on your show though, but it's the purification journey. We're here in this realm for, the purification of the soul, and we continue that process as we cross over into the afterlife. So, you hear about heaven, hell, and purgatory. Purgatory is a place of purification. My experience of heaven, hell, and purgatory is that each of those places has an infinite number of realms. They're not one place. They're literally infinite in the number of realms that you can encounter in each of those spaces. And so there's purification realms that we all move through that help us to move closer to an all holy God. we always forget that when we are moving into the afterlife and we're moving towards God, we're moving towards an all holy God. And that means we're going to be undergoing changes to become more and more like him. We forget that that's so that we have to become more like an all holy being. And so there's these processes that we go through, and part of that process does involve reincarnation, but it also involves moving through other types of purification realms. Some people reincarnate, some people move through other types of purification realms. It doesn't really matter whether it's reincarnating here or moving into another realm that works for purification, but it's not reincarnating in this particular realm, because there's an infinite number of purification realms. This is just one of them. But I'll let Marshall talk about that too, what his experience of that is.
Well, my experience with this is not rooted in Judeo-Christian ethic. It's rooted, my immersion into spirituality was the Native American and the teachings of the medicine wheel and a vision quest. And it was vision quest that I had in my late 20s. And I was shown many things. And, I prepared long and hard for it. It was very powerful. And when you're on the other side, it's just impossible to describe the feeling of love and connection that you have. It is just, it feels so good. It's like, no, I don't want to go back. No.
Yeah.
No. Incarnation is, what incarnation reminds me of? 1930s, the old Navy diving bells, and your spirit is inside this little ball floating down in the middle of the ocean with a tiny little porthole and a little scratchy telephone, and you're hoping to God they don't drive the ship into a shoal or something. And that's got to be the experience of the soul when we incarnate. It's got to leave so much there, but we have to come here to learn things. And
right.
What we have to learn, for me, this is my own personal philosophy of perpetual genesis, which is that there is the void, and then there is creation. God is creation. We are within God, but the void is bigger than anything else. And God's mission is the perpetual genesis, the perpetual creation of life from the lifelessness of the void. And in my belief, it's where each of us is actually cleaved of God. We're cleaved of God.
Amazing.
And our souls are then, just like we do with plants, you take a cutting, okay, and you grow from a cutting. And it's the same thing. We're a cutting. And the whole thing of it is that we evolve so that we do come closer to God for the purpose of becoming co-creators, junior members of the firm, so to speak. And this is the progress. And so we go through incarnation because there's an natural order of things. Freedom, which is why we fight and die for freedom. We will charge the bayonets for freedom, because spiritually, instinctively, we understand that freedom is essential to experience free will. Free will is the energizing force of intention, and intention is what creates universes. And what God wants us to do is to reincarnate so that we can find our freedom, so that we can explore our free will, so that we can come closer to God by perfecting our power of free will and using that through intention to serve God's will and a greater purpose of creation. And so this is how I look at it.
Very interesting. Yeah. And I went through a lot of the Native American stuff too, so I really relate to that as well. It's a very beautiful path.
Amazing.
It is. It's And in my group, I'll ask people, one of my first questions is, okay, how many churches and study groups have you been kicked out? All right. And if they start laughing like you just did, I know you're a spiritual Christian, which means you might like the pomp and circumstance of the church, but by golly, when it comes down to you and God, you don't need middlemen. You got it covered. Okay. And that's it, and then, so to me, when you get away from doctrine and dogma, yeah, you're going to walk in the desert for 40 days. All right.
Yep.
But you're going to grow. And you're going to come closer to God. You're going to feel that power. You begin to see how things work and how it goes. And, doing the topic of Planet X, when I first started doing it, I was born hard geek. Just the facts, ma'am. Just the facts. All right. That was me. And all of a sudden, I got to tell you, if Marshall of 2000 were to hear now, I'd be saying, oh, he's one of them. He's one of them, And the work is transformative. And it really, it brought me, and I see a higher order of things. And I know people are worried and upset about what's coming. But if the stout-hearted in the Colbrin, my favorite line from the Colbrin, the stout-hearted will not go down to destruction. And that's what it really comes down to, being among the stout-hearted. A lot of people, they'll panic. They'll run in it. Fate will find them. But for those who are stout-hearted, love justice, walk humbly with their God, they'll get through it. They're the ones that'll pull through this. When God destroys the world, he always leaves a few good seeds to plant the next.
I hope you're right.
But what's interesting too, Marshall, when you were describing all of these things that you are observing scientifically happening below the surface of the earth with the magma and all these things, it's almost like what you would observe inside a human body, with blood moving through and creating new pathways when there's an obstruction. And, the earth is a living organism. And one of the things that I think we forget as human beings is, the earth will renew itself. Whatever must happen, the earth will renew itself. Whether it renews itself with human beings on it or not, we don't know. But, we know that there have been ice ages. We know that the dinosaurs went extinct, but we know that the earth will renew herself. If we create an environment where the human race is not compatible to the Earth's ability to survive, then yeah, we will be expelled. But that's the natural order of things as well. But again, as immortal beings, that again is just an expulsion from one state of reality to yet another. We are so attached to our existence in this one sphere of existence. And what we have to remember is that whatever may come to pass here, this is one place, one realm of perception. It's only one of many worlds, and whatever might happen here, that is only one tiny little portion of the eternal story of your soul. So, even if there is any type of catastrophic world event, and one of the things we have to remember is that these things happen very frequently. In 2004, when the tsunami hit Indonesia, that was the end of the world for all those people.
Them, yeah.
For them, that was the apocalypse.
Yeah, it was the end of days.
Yeah. and other people, maybe when Japan had Fukushima and
Right.
had that earthquake and that tsunami, that was probably a pretty apocalyptic
Oh, yes.
event for them as well. And we forget that we have these apocalypses that hit people at different times. It doesn't always happen all at the same time. We don't even know if the flood that happened during Noah's time was worldwide or if it was in that region. We don't know that for sure. And based on a lot of the geological records, there is some evidence to suggest that it was in that region and that maybe other parts of the world weren't flooded at that time. So we have to remember that. What does that mean? It can mean a lot of different things, but that for those people in 2004, that was their apocalypse, but that wasn't their end. Those people still remain. They still continue. Their soul journey is still ongoing. We put too much stock in the idea that what is here is everything. We have to remember that what we really are is constantly changing, and that we needn't fear because it's just going to, if we leave this world, we enter another.
Very
And
interesting. Oh, I'm sorry
yeah.
to cut you off, Marilyn. Did you have more to add?
No worries. I mean, we enter another, and I know that's hard if you haven't, I guess, if you haven't experienced these things like myself and Marshall, that, but when you have, you see it as being such a natural and simple literal translation from one state of existence to another. And you realize that we don't need to fear it. We don't need to, what we need to do is exactly what Marshall talked about in great deal earlier, which is, okay, well, let's do what we can to see if we can solve it, see what we can do to minimize the impact of it, put our positive energy, potential, our positive prayers for those of us who aren't scientists like Marshall, but everyone use the gifts you have, whatever they may be, to create whatever positive potential we can put out there. But then we also know that this is a temporary existence. None of us are going to get out of here alive. So I know this sounds like it's kind of dismissive, but don't sweat it. Do you know what I'm
Yes.
saying? Don't sweat it, because this is the natural order of things.
And Marilyn, I'm sorry to cut you off, but we are going to go on a break in a moment here, and I got to ask both of you right now, how does the Earth end?
Well, it'd be interesting to hear what Marshall has to say about that, because he's got the science to add to his, but I mean, does it have to end? We don't know
We
that
don't
it
know.
does, because it's probably, in my view, it renews. And that's what I would say, is that the earth will change and it will renew itself. And then, maybe maybe at some point the earth, the molten core dies out and the earth ends and it becomes a dead planet, or we blow it up. We could do that too.
Definitely.
And it could
Marshall.
also
Oh, go ahead.
definitely, could also have, things like asteroid strikes. I don't think we have to even know how it ends for to be okay with the fact that we don't really know. It's okay that we don't know for sure. But
Yes.
do you think, Marshall, I would like to hear what you say with having the scientific knowledge you have.
Well, I believe this is the last survivable flyby of the Planet X system, and that it's going to experience the Kozai mechanism effect, shortening its orbit, bringing it closer to the sun, and then on its return, which will be sooner than usual, One of the bodies in that mini constellation will collide with the sun. Resulting CME will scorch the surface of the planet and turn us into a dead world. Worlds die. Look at Mars. You look at the
Right.
geology of Mars.
Mm-hmm.
Once had massive rivers larger than Mississippi. It was a wonderful, verdant, green planet. And then all of a sudden, it's this dead, lifeless shell. Well, take a look at Val Marineris. That's a cosmic sprite. Solar lightning. Boom. Hit it, ripped the atmosphere off. That was it. Game over for Mars. So Mars is a living example that planets can and do die. So for me, it is a given that, it's Earth will not survive. It's not about Earth. It's our home world. It's about our species. And we have, for me, this book I'm writing now, I'm going to be bringing it out, Win-Win Survival Community. And I looked at the whole survival matrix and all of the thought and the thinking, and it's all fear-based. It goes back to Cold War. And what I'm saying is you have to prepare for two things. One, you have to prepare for survival, but two, you have to prepare for colonization so that you survive this to learn how future generations can go to space and survive. So it gives a context for survival that instead of surviving for the sake of survival, which will eventually translate to huddling in the bunker and waiting for the sounds of someone trying to dig you out with picks and shovels. All right. That's all that's going to lead you to, with survival for the sake of survival. And so I'm going to say, hey, you need to survive, but you need to have a noble purpose to survive, because that's really what gives people the mindset that they need to do. And that's where I'm going with it. Like I said earlier, I just, where the hell is it written we got to die like lemmings? I've been talking about this stuff for 20 years, and I'm tired of the lemmings bullshit.
Amazing.
I'm sorry, But
Don't worry.
it's just time that we got to take things in hand. And,
I'm curious,
wish
though,
there was
Marshall,
disclosure. Huh?
I'm curious, Marshall, is there a location you think that we could colonize to, a particular planet or moon or something, or?
Well, we're going to go in steps. We'll go to the moon. From the moon, we'll go to Mars, and then we'll continue there. So we're going to have to step out.
Okay.
But the thing about is that we have to get out of the solar system. In other words, if we are going to survive as a species, we have to have colonies in multiple star systems across the galaxy.
Okay.
All right. And that is what we have to start preparing for. And this is really going to be a very magnificent thing. When I was back in the 80s, when I was working with CNN, back before it turned into Invasion of the Body Snatchers, it's like I worked at CNN when it was a lean, mean news machine. I watch it now and it's like 4 a.m. Out comes the beam message, the pods open, and the slimy guys come out, and it's like, it just sickens me to see what's up. I digress. But anyway.
Yes, it's time we go on a break now, and I do want to invite you, Marshall, to stay on the second half of the program if you'd like. We will be talking about the Kurt Cobain case when we return. Marshall, definitely stick around if you can, or if you'd like.
Well, I don't know anything about that case.
That's okay.
So, but I'll just, I'll come back to the site and listen in. And I'd like to thank you and Marilynn for a wonderful evening.
Oh, yeah. That's really nice to meet you, Marshall, and such a pleasure, especially with having spent the last few months, reading the Colbrin Bible, and to get a chance to talk to you about it. Really an honor. Thank you.
Oh, I enjoyed listening to your readings. You do great.
Amazing.
Oh, thanks. Thanks, Marshall.
Yes, thank you, Marshall, for being here. And Marilynn, I want you to go on a little break with all of us here as we go to the kitchen or restroom, whatever it is the listeners want to go do right now. But we will go on a little recess here, Marilynn. And when we return, we will get back into the Kurt Cobain case.
Okay.
And Marshall, once again, thank you so much for being a part of the program, Marshall. Always an honor to have you here. If you'd like to plug anything, please go ahead and do that now.
Please go to my website, yowusa.com, and check out my latest articles on signs, and been a lot of fun. Thanks.
Amazing. All right. Thank you, Marshall.
All right.
All right. Mahalo.
Kapla.
And Marilynn, just hang tight. I'll return with you in a moment here. And there she goes, and there goes everyone. And now we will go on a little break here, boys and girls. And when we return, we will talk about Kurt Cobain and all the mysteries that surrounded the case there. And it's quite interesting to go back and revisit that. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. And welcome back, boys and girls. Here we are again on a night like this. Yes, I see that you are enjoying the Nicolas Cage GIF in the chat room there. Yeah. Very nice. And of course, let's bring in Miss Marilynn Hughes right now. Marilynn, what's up?
Well, I am up.
Fantastic.
I know. Isn't that great?
Did you enjoy the break?
What?
I said, did you enjoy the break there?
I enjoyed the break. It was fantastic. I caught up on some reading.
Nice.
Got a chance to check in with my little pets here, and it was an excellent, relaxing time. So yes, I did. How about you?
I enjoyed it immensely.
Awesome.
It's one of my favorite things to do after talking for so long, but really, you and Marshall did most of the talking, so I do thank both of you.
Well, you're welcome. It was fun. It was great. We had such a good wrap, didn't we?
I think so. It was good. I knew bringing both of you on together would be fantastic, and I even told that to Marshall. I said, you know, Marilynn really is interested in a lot of the things that you talk about, and you're obviously interested in a lot of the stuff that she talks about. Why not bring you both in?
Yeah, I think we do have a lot in common, and I think it's fascinating that he also has that scientific side that I don't have, which is quite an excellent addition to it, as well.
Definitely. And so many things I did want to ask both of you earlier, but man, the conversation just rolled on through without any bumps on the road, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Pretty interesting. But one of the things that I was going to bring up was the latest school shooting. And it seems like there's one every so often, and it's become the new normal here in America, I would have to say. And I'm not anti gun or anything like that. I'm not into any sort of gun control whatsoever, to be honest with you. But I do see that there is an ongoing issue in this country with either the individuals who get a hold of guns or just us in general.
Well, what's interesting about this, and there's going to be a correlation here, so I'd like to ask the listeners to pay attention closely and bring this back to mind when we start talking about Kurt Cobain, because there is a correlation here that's important. One of the things that I'd like to talk about regarding the school shootings is the karmic connection here. Something that I've been shown recently over the past few years has to do with the original shooters, the ones who started in Columbine, over 20 years ago, Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold.
99.
Yes, and this is really important for people to understand, because there's this karmic element that I don't think people recognize. When Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold did the first major school shooting at Columbine, they introduced the idea to the human mind.
Right.
And since that time, there have been many school shootings, and it's also evolved into random shootings in a lot of different places. We've also had the onset of different types of terrorist attacks, which have also contributed to these things. And so this phenomenon has grown where people have determined, and here we're going to bring in a concept that's important again when we speak of Kurt Cobain in just a little bit, which is when people become despairing, even suicidal, but they're so angry that they want to take people with them. And this is what we see as a common element in many of these mass shootings. Do you understand what I'm saying there?
Absolutely.
And so what we see now is that there is this element that has become acceptable in the minds of a lot of these people who are perpetrating this. Not only acceptable, but it's like, I want to take as many people with me as I can. But let's go back to the first shooters who introduced this, what I'm going to call a pattern, into the human mind, into human consciousness, into our society as an idea. So in the last few years, I've been taken in the out-of-body experience to experience a little bit of what those two shooters from Columbine are experiencing now, because of the fact that what happens when you introduce a pattern and you start something like this, you become karmically responsible, not just for what you've done, but you become responsible for subsequent acts that you inspire. And so in the out-of-body experiences I've had with Eric and Dylan, they are experiencing a pretty overwhelming karmic thrust, in the sense that they have become responsible for all of these shootings, all of these victims that we're seeing. It's a difficult thing to explain, in the sense that, they're not completely responsible. The individual shooters are responsible, but they have a certain amount of karmic responsibility for introducing the pattern into our society. Does that make sense?
It makes plenty of sense, but one of the first earliest shootings was the Texas Tower shooting of 66, if you recall. Not that you would have known that right away, but I'm sure we're all familiar with the University of Texas, the tower shooting out there, which was probably the first one that got things going, but not like Columbine. After Columbine, I do agree with you. That was the one that everyone sort of jumped on the bandwagon and introduced that sort of, how can we classify that?
Well, it brought it into consciousness more. The one that you're talking about, I know which one you're talking about. It was considered more of a tragedy, but it did not embed itself into consciousness as much as Columbine did.
Columbine brought in those two shooters. They brought in the archetype.
Yes,
that's what we could categorize it that way. That would make more sense.
Absolutely, yes.
Amazing.
And it's an important thing for us to understand, because we don't always realize the power of our example. And how what we do and the examples that we leave, we become responsible for how it inspires other actions. An example of this that I think is possibly a good descriptor. I don't know if you're familiar with like the Winchester Mansion. Are you familiar with that?
To be honest with you, I'm not quite sure. The Winchester Mansion?
Yeah, it's a home that was built by the heirs of the Winchester rifle fortune. And it was built in the late 1800s, early 1900s, I believe. And it's a really bizarre mansion where they did a lot of strange things with, they have hallways that just end in bizarre places and rooms in weird places.
I remember.
Have you heard of that?
Yes, I do. Now that I brought up the image here, that is a location in, I believe, in California.
Is it? Okay. Yeah, and the story behind the Winchester Mansion, you might know this then if you remember.
Yeah.
Is that these are the heirs of the Winchester legacy, and one of the main heirs of the Winchester legacy was so haunted by the victims of the Winchester rifle.
Right. Yeah, I remember now.
That she built this mansion to almost like escape from what she felt she was being haunted by, the ghosts of all the people who had been killed by the Winchester rifle. Mm-hmm. It was like the Winchester rifle had brought something in, again, another pattern, another thing that changed changed things, altered things in this realm. And so again, something that completely altered things, changed the pattern. And so she was completely haunted by the people who were being killed by their Winchester rifle.
By the way, Marilynn, I just wanted to. Oh, we do have a. We do have a caller here, Marilynn. I just wanted to bring them in really quickly here as we put this conversation on hold. Caller, what's going on?
Are you talking to me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yep.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Hey guys,
Hello.
love your show.
Hi.
Thank you for bringing Marshall Masters. Listen, Marshall is the most smartest man in the world about Planet X because he actually talks about it. Because like you see Steve Quayle, he's such a diarrhea out of his mouth all the time.
It's funny you mentioned him.
Marshall is somebody who tells. So, may I ask you a question?
You definitely can ask either one of us a question, and it's hilarious that you brought up Stephen Quayle.
Oh God, no!
I just wanted to quickly tell you this little tidbit here. I believe it was last year when he was posting on my YouTube page saying that he was going to do some sort of a strike against my channel. By the way.
Well, Steve Quayle is, as a matter of fact, many monks, I'm from Russia, many monks in Russia say that they saw Jesus. Yeah, Russia. Many people claim that they saw Jesus, but it's not necessarily Jesus, could be a Satan, portray himself as a Jesus, could be any how do you say, manifestations,
manifestations, yes.
Help me with the word, please.
It's okay.
Yeah, but Steve Quayle, all he wants money, and he doesn't give any information. He creates chaos. Yes, he does talk about food shortage, which everybody knows. Goodness sake, you go to a grocery store, and if you buy organic soup, canned soup, it's $5.
It's very expensive.
Guys, wake up. If you buy good food, it's no less than $5.
That's true. We get ripped off here when you want to eat healthy. Everyone knows that here in America that we are just being ripped off left and right when we're supposed to be eating healthy, and the food is so damn expensive compared to the other option, which is just junk food, which is obviously very cheap. And it's terrible. And by the way, where in Russia are you located, if you don't mind me asking?
Oh, no. I live in America right now.
Oh, you live in America right now? Okay. I thought you were in Russia right now. I was like, wow.
Yeah, I live in America, and I'm a big admirer of your show and a big admirer of Marshall, and because of his integrity.
Thank you, yes.
Because he does care for people, and thank you. God bless you. Thank you for bringing such a genius to your show. Because he really cares, and that's what we appreciate it. But my question is, have you ever heard about Russian astronomer, Dr. Zakharovich?
That I have.
You have?
I haven't.
I have, yes. What about him?
Could you bring him on the show one day, because he's an astronomer.
Yeah, I've heard of him through another mutual friend and guest here on the program, which I would just be honored if I could bring him on the show. I'll try to get him on, though.
Well, Michael from Twisted Truth, he had him on his show, and he volunteered information, and he actually talks. I saved that show because I deleted it from YouTube, but I saved it.
Nice.
So. Dr. Zakharovich says the Planet X will come between the latest 2020 and beginning 21.
Ooh,
interesting.
That's interesting.
Yeah. I'm so glad you called.
Yeah, could you please ask Marshall one question?
Oh, well, Marshall's gone already, but I'll definitely I'll send him a message.
No. Okay. Well, guys, thank you so much for you doing us such a favor.
I could do this for you though. Marshall will listen to this at a later time. If you have a question, definitely just state it here, and I'm sure he'll answer it. He'll answer it somewhere. He'll send me a message, and maybe I'll email it or post it on the website or something for you.
Well, my question is for Marshall is like, you know, the things that happen in California and Siberia, you know, Siberia is burning, Australia is burning, everything is burning.
Right.
Like, my question is to Marshall is, I mean, I don't want to jeopardize anybody's safety, but like, what is next going to be burning in Marshall's eyes? Like, you know, what he thinks the next attack will happen. So, like, I know we guys just like, how do you guys say, like, I'm sorry, I didn't know you would answer my phone call. I apologize, but
don't worry, it's
I was
okay.
not prepared. But like, you know, is it New Madrid will be next? You know what I mean?
Cut off a little bit there at the end, but I could understand you. Yes.
Is it New Madrid will be next? Because the Earth is cracking. I assume based on the you know, the system that's coming in. And thank you guys again. I'm sorry to take so much time. I'm just off guard because
no worries.
I so much appreciate you taking my call, and it's a pleasure to be on your show.
Yeah, thank you
guys.
so much.
Keep going. You are awesome.
Nice to meet you.
All right, take care out there.
Nice to meet you.
All right, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
And there she goes, Marilynn.
There she goes.
Yes.
Yeah, very interesting. That originally from Russia.
I know, neat. Right? Very cool, very cool. And
very cool, very cool.
I do have some Russian listeners out there who do send me messages, and you know, a lot of the international listeners have really opened my eyes to a lot of things that go on, a lot of things that the media is not reporting. And, you know, for a long time, Marilynn, I was just like most of Americans out there who really don't give, you know what, about other countries, to be honest.
Really? Yeah.
It all changed, though. It all changed doing the show because of the international listeners. They smartened me up, and I no longer have that sort of perspective on the world anymore.
Oh, I relate to that, too, because you do learn a lot from international people when you are, you know, working in that capacity. And it is unfortunate because, you know, in the United States, one of my gripes about our, you know, U.S. news is that it's just a lot of politics, and we don't hear what we need to be hearing about what's actually going on around the world, you know.
Well, that's the bad part.
So much political infighting, and you know, we need to know what's happening. You know,
we do. Yes. And as we were talking here, Marilynn, before the phone call, we were talking about the mansion.
Yes. And so the Winchester mansion was built, you know, because one of the heirs of the Winchester fortune was being haunted by, you know, victims of the Winchester rifle. And again, so let's take it forward to the Columbine shooters now, where I've had, you know, quite a few mystical experiences about understanding the nature of how that karma moves forward when a person starts a pattern of behavior in society, and how it becomes partly their responsibility that they've created a negative pattern, a negative construct in society. And that's what we are kind of dealing with here, where now it has, you know, taken hold. It's become, it's like you said, you know, this is something that is now an acceptable thing. We see it all the time. It's so common. It's crazy. Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was just going to quickly add that nowadays, and I'm not even a parent, and I'm sure that's like every parent's worst nightmare, to get that phone call saying that your kid got shot at school, of all places. I mean, it's like no longer
absolutely
right.
Absolutely.
It's like you're either worried about your kid getting kidnapped and you know, everything that comes with that, or he was shot. It's ridiculous nowadays. It's no longer I'm getting a phone call because my little bastard child was acting up. It's no, he was stabbed or shot or what have you. It's insane nowadays, right?
It's absolutely insane. I have 3 adult children now, and a couple of years ago, I'll keep the location private, but
go ahead.
there was a situation with one of my adult children at where they were, and you get a text in the middle of the night, there's an active shooter, and
that's gotta be hard.
Text.
Yeah.
Oh, it was terrible. 4 or 5 hours of wondering what was going to be how that was going to turn out. It was terrifying, and we are among the lucky ones. So it's just a terrible thing for parents. You're absolutely right. It's a horrible thing for parents. Any parents who have lost their children in this way, they'll never get over it. They'll never get over it. And so this is an assault against innocence, an assault against so many things in our society. But what you have here is this notion, and this is an important notion that we need to talk about, which is that, first of all, you have somebody who's really angry and someone who's also suicidal.
Right.
So they want to take themselves out, but they have determined that they're going to take as many people as they can with them. And in their minds now, when before this was not an acceptable idea, in their minds now, it's not only acceptable, it's like the more I can take with me, the better. When in reality, karmically speaking, that's exactly the opposite, And we want to talk about just the both aspects of this, because what they're doing, all of these people that are being killed in these incidents, you are cutting off. You're cutting off a program. You're cutting off an eternal program, and so these are literally people being cut down in their prime. These are not people who are dying because this is their time and they're meant to go at this time. This is literally, and I've done a lot of work in the mystical states and in the out-of-body travel states with souls as they cross over from these shootings. And it's one of the more difficult ways to cross over because of this, because they have been cut down when it was not their time to go, and their program has not been fulfilled. And so this is an assault against so many things in terms of what God has set up, in terms of destiny, the purpose of our lives, and things like this, but also the karmic function that people are putting into play. But when you're looking at the people who are committing these crimes, they need to take a look at, and this is what we have to look at as a society, is first of all the anger, the rage, and the vengeance that people feel in their hearts, because we are experiencing an increase in violence, because we are experiencing an increase in anger, rage, and vengeance in the hearts of all of us as human beings. It's become accelerated.
Yeah, there's a lot of anger in the hearts of many out there. It's insane.
Right. And that is part of what we're dealing with. So we have to take a look at that. But we also have to look at when a person, and especially we're looking at a lot of people who are very young who are suicidal, and we're going to look at that in more depth in just a bit. But we're looking at this whole idea of suicidal feelings, and the idea of suicide has also been placed into a role of acceptance and all these things when it causes the same types of issues, because again, it's a violent ripping away of the soul from the body in a situation wherein the program has not been fulfilled, the destiny has not been attained, and so it's a ripping apart of something that is eternal. And so it's just total destruction. When you're looking at the spectrum of how energy moves and works within the universal sphere of realms, you have energy that moves towards creation and energy that moves towards destruction. And so, when we are moving as a soul towards creation, we are doing things that support the continuation, the construction of life, the construction of things that support the good. And all of these types of things are supporting the destruction of life, the destruction of that which is good, the destruction of, even just the very destiny, the very the simple lifeblood of human beings. And what has to be looked at by our entire society, and even, as parents, we all have to look at these things because our children are so involved in what's happening as well, is the fact that we have a great deal of youth who, first of all, are very comfortable with ending their own life when they feel despair. And so we're not teaching, and this kind of tragedy can hit anybody, so we want to make sure that we don't portray it as the parents' fault, because it's not. But what we want to try to do is take a look at, is there something that we can do to improve the way that we are equipping the young people with dealing with the problems of young adulthood and the inevitable disappointments that life brings us, the despairing moments, because we all will have them. Do you know what I'm saying?
Of course, but you have to embrace the good and the bad.
Right. And for some reason, we're having these situations where we have a lot of young people who are not only not handling the bad, they're suicidal about it, which is really concerning, but then they're also homicidal about it. And so they're not learning positive, creative, life-giving tools to deal with difficulty properly. And we're teaching somehow through our society. I think a lot of this is coming through our society, because parents and families are trying really hard to teach their kids, but our society has gotten we've embraced so much violence and things like this that that it's just kind of being funneled into their minds, and they see this as an acceptable alternative. And of course, when you're young, you don't really realize the permanence of death.
Yeah, the implications of one's actions, for sure. And, one thing Donald Trump said back in August, where he blamed video games for mass shootings, I have a hard time accepting that one.
Well, that's interesting, because there is a lot of violence in those video games.
I agree.
And there is a lot of violence even in the movies that we see, the things that we see. I mean, I come from a time, where I grew up in the 60s and the 70s, and in that period of time, it was an era of the Waltons,
Yes.
The Little House on the Prairie, and so I can see a real wide difference.
It's
between
changed. Society's just changed.
It's very, very different what we were exposed to when we were growing up, in terms of media, and what our children are being exposed to in terms of media now. And so I can see that being a relevant point and factor and as a possibility, and something that I think we absolutely should look at. I don't think that we should take anything for granted. I think that sometimes we have a tendency, in order to not have to change the way we do things, we just say, oh, it can't be that. You know what I mean?
Right.
But I think that we have a responsibility to look at anything that it can be, because it is our responsibility as a society to figure out how we're going to cure this disease that has literally taken over our society. What we see in the United States now with these mass shootings is so sick. And, to see that we have it happening in our schools, and that we have children committing these crimes, and that this is something that is normal now, we have to do something about it. And we're not doing anything about it, really. I know that there are people who are there's a lot that's being done in terms of really effective first responders. The trainings that they're doing has made a big difference in terms of response times and things like this. But we do need to get to the bottom of, how do we root out the core elements that are being farmed into their psyche that allows them to think in this way in the first place, where such violence is acceptable in their minds. When I was growing up in the late 70s, and then when I was in high school, which would be like 1980, 81ish, the idea, even that idea, and this is where you can kind of understand, it's maybe it's a little harder for people who are a little younger. I'm 54. When you're a little bit younger, and you guys have been maybe even grown up with all this, because it's been about 20, 21 years now since Columbine. But I grew up before Columbine, and so I was able to see what the difference was before, during, and after, And so you see that when I was in the high school years, I mean, this is something that wasn't even within the consciousness. It was not something that anyone could have even thought up. But now it's so commonplace, and it's almost it's become almost a badge of honor. And it's like, if I'm going to go out, I'm going to go out with a bang, and with as many people as I can take with me. And there's this backwards thinking. There's this lack of any kind of real conscience, moral thinking of any kind, even towards the self. And that's what I want to get here to. It's not just that they're thinking of taking other people out with them, but there's also this lack of a conscience towards their own value, the value of their own life. Because these young people who are committing suicide are not recognizing that whatever the catastrophe is in their life is temporary, and that their life is of much greater value than this temporary problem. And they don't see this. And so there's this huge act of destruction against themselves and against others, rather than what I might have seen like back in my day, which is where we might have gotten kind of depressed, but we would have allowed ourselves to be a little depressed for a while, but we wouldn't have engaged in destructive behavior. We would have done, we might have done something stupid, but nothing to that level. Do you see?
Definitely. And I think for a lot of people, it's just one of those issues that people don't really want to talk about.
Well, and we have to talk about it, because what we have here now is something that has been rooted. It's taken root in our society. And when something is taken root, you have to root it out. And so the only way we're going to solve this is by taking a look at everything that is going into the minds, hearts, and souls of our children. But also, we do have shootings that are happening with other young adults, people in their 20s and other age brackets, so we have to take a look at all those things that are promoting the idea of violence towards one another rather than kindness. And we have to figure out why people are feeling that the only way that they can be heard is to shoot up a school or shoot up a store or a movie theater. There's something really wrong when a person is despairing and to the point of feeling suicidal, and they don't feel like there's anyone that they can talk to about that, and so we have to find ways to approach the issue of how do we figure out why the people who are in that state, why don't they feel they can, speak to anybody? Because we all know, we've all had people that we love, family members, friends, acquaintances, whatever, who for whatever reason maybe didn't feel that they could tell us something was bothering them, so we all know that can happen, but we need to figure out why and what we can do to make that more accessible. Do you see where I'm going with that?
Definitely. And Marilynn, I don't want to run out of too much time here, so
no worries.
Yes, I wanted to jump right into coming across your posting of Kurt Cobain, and I thought that was very interesting. I was immensely curious what you had to say about the case, and it's interesting that you were just talking about that, because I was having a conversation with a friend of mine, and he was talking about Courtney Love and thinking that she was possibly responsible for all that.
Well, for anyone who wants to learn more about the case, there is a documentary that's been put out called Soaked in Bleach.
Correct.
Tom Grant was the private investigator who is behind a lot of that. And that'll give you a lot of information. This was not on my radar at all. I was contacted by a person who is very, very strong about remaining completely anonymous, but this person is a very, very deeply spiritual person, practitioner of some deep practices, had contact with a soul for literally a very long time, 20 years. And then this person came back into civilization for a short period of time, found out who it was, and so had quite a bit to share. And basically, it was Kurt Cobain, and it does have to do with the fact that he's shared with this person that he was murdered. And a big part of the concern here, I don't know how many people remember that this is where we bring all this together. When Kurt Cobain died and his death was portrayed as a suicide, even though for those who take the time to watch the film, you're going to see that that's very questionable. But it was portrayed as a suicide, and there were literally at least hundreds of suicides that were perpetrated in, following suit after Kurt Cobain.
I recall.
Young people.
Young people killed themselves after that, right?
Yes.
Wow.
And Kurt had expressed a great deal of concern about that to this person, because it had started a trend. Now, if you take a look from that time, from 1994, and when that started, and you see what's happened since, we've also had an epidemic of suicide that has accelerated and gotten worse.
True.
And the Kurt Cobain incident would have been one of the factors possibly that was involved in that. And there's been others, as we know. And a lot of it has to do with, other rock stars and musicians and other people,
we got one here in the chat room. Dane says, I had a friend that tried right after that. So sad.
Oh, there wow. Okay. Dane, interesting. Thank you for sharing that. And so Kurt has been sharing, first of all, the importance of justice in this case. Frankly, my view, based on everything that has been shared with me and from seeing what the evidence is, I think the evidence speaks for itself. The case needs to be reopened. And this is a case of some pretty profound betrayal. But when you look at, I think that sometimes people don't look at the karmic element of what someone is doing here. And so whoever would have been behind this, and I'm not going to try to even figure that out. I think the evidence speaks for itself. But whoever was behind it would not only be responsible for Kurt Cobain's death, they would be responsible for every single one of those young people who committed suicide in imitation of Kurt because they thought that was the cool thing to do because of this farce that was perpetrated. And I think it's very possible that the people who are responsible for this have not thought about that responsibility that is theirs and that they carry and they will carry before God and into the afterlife. And they will carry it and they will be required and responsible for it and for whatever reverberation that continues. The other thing was that there was concern that Kurt expressed about his daughter. He has a daughter who's apparently about 27, the same age he was at the time of his death.
Yeah.
He expressed to this person that he regretted the drug use that he was involved in during his life, and that he had, given that as an example, not just to his own daughter, but also to his fans, and that there were young people who were then also imitating that. He expressed concerns about the safety of his own daughter, in part because of drugs. And it seems that it's important to him that the truth be revealed. And part of the reason it seems that this truth is important to be revealed is because this event set in motion some serious things, involving other people and, other young people killing themselves. And that apparently really, really concerns Kurt. He's probably aware of the fact that this is something he's trying to clean up, so to speak. You see what I'm saying?
Right, and you brought up Frances Bean Cobain, by the way, the daughter. And have you seen her, by the way? I have a picture of her up in the chat room now.
I have seen pictures of her.
She's a beautiful woman, and obviously she has some issues.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so there's a great deal of concern about that in terms of, the drug use.
Yeah.
So, it's interesting because when this person approached me, I was just like, well, geez, that happened a long time ago.
Wild.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because it was totally not on my radar at all.
I can imagine.
Yeah.
Out of nowhere.
But this person, I can only say, is someone of very high caliber spiritually. And so I looked into it. And when I looked into it and saw what was behind it, I was immediately, I got it. I was like, now I get it. This is a pretty obvious case. I think it's interesting in the sense too, coming from a law enforcement family as well. My husband was a prosecutor for 35 years. The way this particular investigation was handled is pretty shocking.
Yeah, they kind of did it pretty quickly.
Yeah, and that is completely unheard of. And the way that so many things that were, it's shocking when you see what they did.
They ruled it a suicide the date they found them, correct?
Yes, and what they did was they allowed the officer on scene to rule it a suicide at first, before they even had the blood results, which indicated that he had what would be considered 10 times a lethal dose of heroin in his system for a regular person and 3 times a lethal dose for a really serious heroin addict. And as what the medical examiners stated in this film, Soaked in Bleach, was that if you have that amount of heroin, there's no way he could have shot himself. He wouldn't have been conscious. And it's absolutely medically impossible that he could have shot himself in the head. This was, probably a murder for hire. And it's very possible as well that someone else shot him up with the heroin, because it was such a high dose. And in fact, one of the things they stated was that it was such a high dose that they never actually had a reading like that before.
Wow.
Yeah. And also, there was a lot of evidence which was really disconcerting about how certain persons were trying to portray him as being very suicidal, whereas everyone else who knew him well said he was not suicidal at all.
Yeah,
and
that's true.
That was just not true. And it was very strongly felt very much like a setup, and just a very tragic situation. But definitely, no question that it's a case that should be reopened and should be given to the medical examiners to determine, because it was handled so badly. They would have to take it out of the hands of the Seattle Police Department and give it to an independent body, otherwise, it probably wouldn't be, because you don't have the organization that did the original investigation. You have a different organization when you reopen it, take a look at it so that you have more of a fresh eye, and you don't have the concern that they don't want to admit that mistakes were made.
Right. And I also found it very interesting, just the simple fact that some of the very best musicians are heroin users for whatever reason. They make some of the best music around. Countless musicians have turned to the needle, and they have produced some really good music, but eventually they either have to quit or basically end up dead because, you can't really handle that sort of thing. Many musicians have tried to handle it, but they never can.
Well, yeah. And, the other thing to point out about that, though, is that there's a lot of really great musicians who've never used heroin as well.
Yes.
And so it's not a prerequisite to really touching into the creative gifts, because we've seen some excellent musicians who haven't had to go that route.
Yeah, they don't have to go through any of those things. Some of them, for sure.
Yeah,
I'm with you.
Ironically, talking about out-of-body travel, when you touch into your spiritual gifts, you're opening up your creative centers. It's funny because a lot of times people are like, well, what about the use of this or that? And it's like, well, if you can do it naturally, why not do it naturally? And when you're opening up your spiritual centers, you're then opening up your creative potential as well. And
well, I mean, you can take psychedelic mushrooms and still get that sort of feeling.
You can, but you want to make sure if you do something like that, first of all, you got to do it in a country where I guess it's legal. I guess it might be. But you want to do it under the guidance. This is one of the mistakes people make with some of the native ceremonies and especially like with that, you want to do it under the guidance of a traditional Native American chief who knows how to guide you through that. You don't want to just do that.
Well, that's too far for me, to be honest with you. I draw the lines with psychedelic mushrooms. I wouldn't go further than that, to be honest with you, but that's just me.
Yeah, and I wouldn't use them myself because it's what I have found is that most people can actually be taught to have these transcendental experiences and these out-of-body experiences without the use of even those. It's not even necessary.
Very true. You don't exactly need that. My dreams are pretty damn psychedelic as well. Without anything.
So you're good.
Yeah, my dreams are already.
Yeah,
my dreams are already up there. So
yeah,
I don't need to be taking any synthetic substances or anything natural. I could just achieve that with dreaming.
Ironically, too, people don't realize that if you take any of those kinds of things, it can actually damage some of those centers in your brain that actually are naturally attuned to these spiritual realities, and so it can actually mess you up for the future.
Yeah, you can mess up your receptors.
Don't follow it correctly, for instance, if it's mushrooms and it's natural, if you don't follow it correctly, or if you use anything synthetic, you can just destroy those centers. And so, I always recommend that you just do it naturally. And a lot of people find that it actually is quicker, easier. It's much more comfortable, and you're gonna have a more direct route as well.
Yeah,
because you're not when you're using drugs, you're actually stimulating a lot of different things, some of which you don't want to stimulate, whereas it's a more focused journey when you're actually trying to go through the natural route, which is more guided and directed. So you're not just stimulating everything, you're focused in a particular direction.
No, I'm with you on that one for sure. You definitely don't want to go off the deep end too much. I had a friend of mine, and I always refer to him, he got really into psychedelics, and with that came him trying to find himself through religion, and he went through the gauntlet of religions that you can pick and choose from, like, say, from a Chinese restaurant menu there. You know, he went through them all. And he was still doing psychedelics the whole time with discovering new religions. It was quite the scene, to be honest with you. And, you know, I couldn't really talk him out of it. He was kind of insane for a while.
Yeah, that's what can happen, where you can kind of just be all over the place.
That's what he was doing. You know? Yeah. Sad. It's really sad.
Because it unfocuses you. You become misfocused, and you don't even really realize it, because you're using things that alter your perception to the point where you're not aware that you're kind of
you're doing too much.
Yeah, you're being scattered. Yeah, distracted, scattered, and the goal of the spiritual journey is actually to focus forward. So when you're doing something that actually scatters the spiritual energy, it's kind of it has a little bit of a backwards purpose then.
Right. And to move forward here, we are kind of running out of time here, so we could talk about this for another hour. But yes, we were talking about the 2015 documentary Soaked in Bleach, and I've seen it. I thought it was amazing. It had a lot of people talking, I remember. And I also recall Courtney Love, she was not too thrilled about the whole entire ordeal. And I believe she even filed a cease and desist against the biopic.
I believe she did, and I don't know if she got anywhere with that or not. But
I don't remember.
Yeah, I can't imagine that she would be thrilled about that. But
right.
The facts are the facts, and excuse me for saying, but karma's a bitch.
And she, right, and she was recorded by that guy without her knowledge, correct?
I'm not sure if it was without her knowledge or not. I don't remember if he said that. He did say that he recorded all their conversations because he got the sense from the beginning that there might be issues, because from the very beginning he had the sense that it was going to be a little bit crazy,
Yeah, I could imagine.
But I don't remember if he said whether or not it was without her knowledge. If it was without her knowledge, then that does change admissibility in court, I guess, but not in film.
That's true. By the way, former Nirvana manager, I believe Danny Goldberg, said it's all rubbish in relation to if Kurt was actually murdered. I believe he had said that. Yeah, that's what the former Nirvana manager Danny Goldberg said, if I recall correctly.
Really, that's interesting. I'm curious, what did you hear anything about what his former bandmates might have thought of it, or if they made any comment?
Yeah, that's a good question. I didn't really get to look through the internet or talk to anyone that plays in a band that might have played with them. A lot of times I talk to a few people that, run into some people that have played on the same stage as a few bands here and there, and I didn't get a chance to ask around, but that's a great question. I would love to find out what they would have to say about that sort of thing, since so much time has passed by, and I'm not even quite sure if they've ever really, any of the other band members that are alive that have really addressed it. Courtney Love, though, the more I think about it, the more I think that she for sure had something to do with his death.
Well, she definitely had a motive. I think that the film really presents what, the evidence. And I think that most, if anyone's interested, they should check it out and decide for themselves what they think. But I think there's definitely, even whether or not, whether you think it's Courtney or you think it's someone else, there's other suspects as well, in the sense of there's other people who have been spoken to, hitmen,
right,
who were approached by possibly her, but regardless of who did it, there is no question on the forensic evidence that this is a case that should be reopened.
I agree. It should be open. And one of the things that they do highlight in Soaked in Bleach is that suicide note. It said Courtney kept it locked in a safe, I remember. And another strange thing is they found some sort of a sheet, some sort of a handwriting sheet paper thing that they found in her bag that contained different letters of the alphabet. And this lady, she compared those writings to the suicide note, and specific letters matched the sheet paper there.
Yeah, and what they had also mentioned as well was that it appeared that the note was something where someone had gone through various writings of Kurt from songs and other writings, letters, notes, and pieced together stuff to make it sound enough like it came from him that it might pass. It was kind of a pretty iffy note.
It was a forensic analyst.
Yeah, there was a forensic analyst, and all of these things in a normal death investigation, and I can verify that part just from my husband's years of experience. In a normal death investigation, all those things are done before cause of death is determined. You don't determine that before that evidence comes in. And in this case, they determined it before any of that evidence came in, which is really bizarre. And it does speak to the possibility of people having been paid off, or other ulterior motives for doing a really shoddy investigation. Even in 1994, this is not the standard of investigative integrity. And for it to happen in a case like this, where this is someone that was very well known, you would think it would actually be treated with a lot more care, rather than what really seemed like, just really quite a bit of carelessness.
Yes, either she wrote the letter, or maybe
someone else did,
or or she wrote the letter and had someone kill Kurt.
Well, that's possible. Yeah. And, and it's always possible that someone else was responsible for it, but it's very clearly a situation where nothing adds up in terms of how he died. And if she's not responsible for it, someone else is.
She's got to be. I mean, I don't know what it is about her, but when I look at her, I think she is definitely capable of doing that.
Well, I don't know her.
That's a hell of a thing to say.
So I can't say that because I don't know. But I mean, the evidence, there's a lot of evidence pointing in that direction.
The more you find out about her, though, and then you look at her and you kind of think she's probably guilty of something having to do in regards to Kurt's death.
Well, there is a lot of evidence that's definitely pointing in that direction.
Hell yes. And a lot of people are definitely not convinced that it was a suicide.
Right. And, I think that you can't lose track of the fact that the way that this was set up, set in motion this chain of suicides. And if there were hundreds that were known of, suicides that were copycat suicides, there could have very well been thousands. And that is something that has to be cleared up.
We definitely want this case.
For that alone, you want to clear that up.
Well,
you know what I mean?
I think we can both agree that we both want this case to be reopened.
Well, I think it would be, in murder cases, generally you don't, there's no, what's that word? There's you can reopen a case forever. There's no statute of limitations, basically. So they should reopen it. When you're dealing with a murder, you should if you can solve it, you should solve it. And I think what's really interesting about this case from a spiritual point of view is the person that reached out to me is of such high integrity and such high spiritual caliber. And this is something that has been presented to this person as being of such importance to the soul of Kurt Cobain that really struck me, because to me, again, going back to the Columbine shooters and what I was explaining about the karmic responsibilities. So there's something here, first of all, with these suicides and this whole thing of drug use, and the fact that he doesn't want people to imitate that behavior, and he doesn't want people to believe that he killed himself if he did not. Secondly, you have the issue of the fact of this profound betrayal. If the evidence that we see is accurate and what it points to is correct, think about what you're really looking at betrayal-wise. We would be seeing a person who was killed by the person who then took his entire legacy, his life, his child, and his money and everything, and has literally been the face of his legacy all these years. Think about that. And that would be the reason why it's a problem, because I mean, think about that.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
It's crazy. Yeah. And so, you're looking at something, because the biggest thing that struck me when this person reached out to me, because they're like, well, I didn't know who this person was. I was just like, how can I help you? I don't know how to help you. And then,
interesting.
And I was like, well, the only reason it would matter to somebody is if somebody profoundly profited from their death and they're still alive and they're still profoundly profiting from their, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And there would have to be real reasons here, and every possible reason is there as to why 25 years later, this would still be important, that justice be served in this case. And you also have the other reason, which is probably the most important reason, is that people killed themselves because they thought he killed himself.
Right.
Which is a big deal karmically for Kurt. Do you see?
Yes. And we are sort of running out of time here, but before we do, did you have a favorite song from Nirvana, by the way? Oh no, we might have lost her. Boys and girls and those in between. Yes, it seems like we might have lost Miss Marilynn Hughes. I'm not sure what happened. Things were going well, and then she sort of dropped out there before we can say goodbye to her. Very, very unusual. I'm not sure what happened there. Let's give her a little ring here. Bear with me, folks. I am sorry. I don't know what happened there. What happened, Marilynn?
Oh, I just all of a sudden couldn't hear you anymore.
Did you hit it? The little red button?
I didn't, but I'm sorry, whatever happened.
It's okay. I was just saying that we are already running out of time, but I did want to get your take on Nirvana. I just asked if you had a favorite song.
Oh, the funny thing, I didn't know like I said, they were not on my radar.
So they were not at all on your radar then?
No, they were not. I really did like the song. They were playing it in the background of the film a lot, but I don't know the name of it.
Mm.
I do remember that song, but they were like probably one generation past me.
Ah,
So
okay.
you see, yeah,
I hear you.
yeah.
That's okay, but that makes it even more interesting given the fact that you are from like the outside completely.
Yeah, really. Yeah, totally. Yeah, really. And the person who contacted me in this regard, very much as well, had no idea anything,
Mm.
nothing about this, and
Wow.
is a person who literally lives outside of civilization. And so, all of these things are part of the reason why I even took notice when I received the message, because it's like, well, you
Yes.
know?
Well, Marilyn, it's been fun. It's been a pleasure and a true joy. I've had a great time talking to you, and I definitely want to bring you back on in the near future. And of course, I want you now to plug anything you'd like. The floor is yours.
Okay, well, come to my website, outofbodytravel.org, the Out of Body Travel Foundation. I've written, over 100 books. If you're just starting out, start with Come to Wisdom's Door and the Mysteries of the Redemption. If you're not just starting out, feel free to pop me an email and I will direct you according to where you are on that path. And my email's right at the website. So outofbodytravel.org. We have a course of study as well. So that's free as well. So see you there.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Marilyn, for being
Thank
on.
you.
It's
This has
been.
been a blast.
Did you
This
have
has been
fun,
great.
Marilyn?
Oh, heck yeah. This has been great, Michael. Thanks for having me on. And it's been really, really special, especially having the privilege of talking to Marshall as
Right.
well. So thank you for all of it. Really fun.
No problem. Talk to you again on the other side.
Sounds great.
All right. Mahalo.
Mahalo.
Good night.
Good night.
And there she goes, ladies and gentlemen. That was Miss Marilynn Hughes. Loved having her on the program, of course. And as we take it home here tonight and pull this Larry Silverstein style here, I have a few things to say. Over the past week, I received a number of emails from listeners out there and even some private messages on Twitter from those out there who are truly dedicated listeners. They've reached out to me just this week, and some of them I have yet to respond to. Sometimes I forget that there are others out there in the shadows who are listening, and they're with all of us here. I forget how many of you out there actually care. I appreciate that truly. The heart does beat for those folks out there. I can honestly say that. I mean that sincerely. Pure Shoot here. Thanks for helping me see the beyond. And thank you, sir, from Canada. You know who you are. Thank all of you out there, especially those in the chat room now, for being a part of the program. Remember, you can get a hold of me via Twitter at Michael Decon. And don't forget, if you're a fan of the program and want to help fund the program, and I would appreciate that completely, you can go to patreon.com/Michael Decon, or by going to michaeldecon.com and clicking that little PayPal button. The show doesn't survive on clicks, and we can't do this alone. It takes more than just one person. I need all of you out there to make this show grow. And those out there who have donated, I really do appreciate that. And those who signed up on Patreon, you guys are fantastic. And international listeners out there, thank you so much for your support. I want to thank Mr. Marshall Masters and, of course, Marilynn Hughes. Interesting night yet again. I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did. I can't help but think, are we truly alone in this universe? Do we have a cosmic neighbor somewhere out there in the deep shadows of space? Did life at one time exist on Mars? I sure the hell don't know. And will California sink into the ocean? Only time will tell, boys and girls and those in between. Did Courtney Love kill or hire someone to whack Kurt Cobain? Holy shit, I don't know. The mind continues to race. It really does. Now I can't sleep. All these things on my mind. Stay safe, everyone, no matter where you are on this island Earth. I'm Michael Decon. And with that said, the world is a mysterious place, and life itself is a mystery. Until next time, good night, everybody.